Chapter 1131. 18 years later. A large, ragged ship riddled with holes was sprinting tenaciously in a stormy sea. Under this storm, the sky was dark, and every time lightning fell, illuminating the night. Lightning would often strike the ship, but every time that happened, a strange array would appear, and not a single bolt of lightning could penetrate the array. A domineering woman, stepping on the bow of the ship, shouted proudly, "Charge at this strange place." Someone cursed, F***CK, what the hell is this place? I've never heard of such a terrible place in the outer waters. Someone was horrified. It's too terrible. That sea demon was blown to death just now. That was a Tao-seeking state demon. And on the top of the mast, a silly boy stood, looking at the lightning in the sky, and subconsciously said, "A forbidden place?" It was not until the early morning of the next day that the ship rushed out of the storm. In the morning, the first rays of dawn shone, and the sky was clear. There were about 20 people on the boat, all of them extremely fierce and ferocious. Each of them had a fierce look on their faces as they surrounded a few cauldrons and ate heartily. Among these people, there were only two exceptions. They often ate alone. He saw that Han Fei was flying in the air, holding a big brush in his hand and drawing pictures. Good. Commander Han, when it comes to painting, I'm not convinced by anyone but you. General Han, I'm afraid no one in the entire U City can draw such a creative picture. Good job. Han Fei seemed to be used to these arrogant shouts, so he was not moved. He was still drawing his picture carefully. Those pictures were composed of all kinds of lines, mysterious and complicated. Only the big flag at the top was different. On it, there was a skull pattern with a sailor hat, a red turban, and two machetes crossed, which was also drawn by Han Fei. General Han, when are we going back to U City? With your ability, it's definitely not a problem for you to kill those two explorers. General Han, suddenly, Han Fei glanced at the sea and disappeared. Then the waves surged, and a translucent starfish was grabbed out by him. Rip! A peak-level law enforcer starfish was torn apart by Han Fei's hands without even a chance to fight back. Everyone was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. We have to have more food. There's starfish to eat. Someone muttered, I prefer the mussel. It's meaty. Someone spat. Of course it's lobster. It's fragrant. Someone yelled, get lost. I, stir-fried octopus, will be the first to object. Just as the group was discussing what kind of food was delicious, they suddenly heard a cold shout. Eat. You bunch of foodies. Go hunt for me. There's nothing to do all day, and you're just bragging. The group of old men shrank their necks and jumped into the sea with a whoosh. The few people who didn't have time to jump quickly turned around and looked at the fierce woman with flattering eyes. Captain, you're up? You're up early. Captain, what do you want for breakfast? Shall I get it for you? Get the hell out of here. Go prepare some resources. This time, our target is U City. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The group of people trembled. Someone grinned and said, are we finally going to U City? F***CK. We've been waiting for this day for a long time. Many people popped their heads out of the sea. We've been waiting for this day for a long time. Those big families in U City, just you wait. Someone said with a fierce look, F***CKU. Destroy the West Gate first, then the East Gate, then Sun Yang. These people were picked up by Han Fei and Shimin Linglong in the outer sea or the deep sea. Yes, they were picked up by Han Fei and Shimin Linglong. All of them had a certain level of power, but they were forced by the aristocratic families to leave their homes. They had no choice but to go into the deep sea and search for good fortune. They would one day rule the city of Yu and kill their enemies with their own hands. Of course, the result was always the opposite of what they expected. The deep sea was too dangerous. Who knew how many people like them had died? After meeting Han Fei and Shimin Linglong, they found an organization and joined the Avengers. After so many years of fighting in the sea, these people were all murderers. The weakest one was an intermediate law enforcer. He had been wanting to go back to U City for a long time. However, they also knew that law enforcers couldn't do anything in U City. Only explorers could do that. However, The only explorer on the Avengers was the captain of the Avengers, Shimin Linglan. The other one was also the one these people admired the most and treated sincerely. That was Han Fei. Whenever Han Fei attacked, he always gave them a feeling that he was ridiculously strong. Although Han Fei was only an intermediate peak-level law enforcer, he could easily tear peak-level law enforcers apart. They even suspected that with Han Fei's strength, even an explorer might not be able to defeat him. After driving away these crew members, Shimin Linglan smiled sweetly at Han Fei. "Idiot, it's time to eat. I made fish soup for you." Ha! Han Fei threw away the starfish in his hand and appeared in front of Shimin Linglan with a swish. In the cabin, Shimin Linglan gave Han Fei a bowl of fish soup. She had long been used to the way of life when she was in the remote wild forest. She had to eat more. They were all high-level creatures and very nutritious. It was good for her health. Slurp, slurp. Han Fei gulped down the soup, but Shimin Linglan didn't eat. Instead, she held her chin and looked at Han Fei. "Idiot, don't you want to ask why I went back?" Han Fei grinned and shook his head slightly. Shimin Linglan pouted. "You've always been like this. You don't ask anything and just listen to me. Sometimes I don't know how to choose. You can't hold on any longer, can you?" Slurp. Han Fei scratched his head and tilted his head to look at Shimin Linglan. "Yes." Shimin Linglan sighed. "I don't know why the Beast King doesn't let you cultivate. However, he must have his reasons. It's been 8 years since you broke the 3rd level of your strange body tempering technique. Recently, when you sleep, there will be energy escaping from your body. Are you about to break the 4th level?" Han Fei shook his head with a silly smile. "I don't know." Shimin Linglan curled her lips. "I don't know why, but after going to sea with you for so many years, I always feel that I'm very lucky. Whatever good things happen to me, it's always my turn. I even encountered the remains of 3 venerable realm sea demons in a row. I believe that you are a man of great luck. So, I think it's time to go back." Han Fei looked at Shimin Linglan. "Eat." Okay, I'll eat." While eating, Shimin Linglan suddenly said playfully, "Idiot, I guess we can probably get half of our revenge. After all, we can't beat the Venerables. However, we could get half of our revenge first. After we get our revenge, let's go to the 100,000 mountains, okay?" Han Fei's eyes lit up. "Okay." Shimin Linglan smiled. "I also want to go back. Although the Beast King doesn't like me very much, I still like the life there. Should we prepare some gifts for them? Well, let's bring a lot of seasonings back, okay?" Han Fei nodded. "Okay." Shimin Linglan said, "Idiot. After we get our revenge, let's have a child, okay? After we get our revenge, let's have a child, okay?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment and scratched his head. "A child? Whose child can be given to us?" Shimin Linglan blushed. "I mean, let's have a child together." Han Fei shook his head. "Even if we have a child together, they can't give it to us." Shimin Linglan was speechless. "Forget it. I don't want one. If we have a child like this, I'm afraid that the child will also be retarded." For 18 years, neither human beings nor the 100,000 mountains had given up looking for the thing that could save the world. For 18 years, the real murderer of the Shimin family's tragedy had never been caught. On the contrary, in the battle that year, half of the Shimin family's law enforcers died, which was a heavy loss. Later, they fought several times with other big clans, and more than a dozen law enforcers died. Fortunately, the Shimin family was a big family and had trained a batch of new people in recent years. Gradually, no one talked about what happened in the past anymore. On this day, the wind was gentle and the clouds were rolling in the sky. The offshore area had become the trial field of U-City. Within 10,000 kilometers, it was no longer the outer sea. No matter how deep it was, there were big ships. Although the Sea Clan retreated, the demon beasts in the sea were still rampant. Occasionally, there were even explorer-level creatures shuttling through the sea of about 50,000 kilometers. This also showed that, in fact, the Sea Clan had not given up the area of U-City and the 100,000 mountains. Therefore, those explorer-level creatures actually came with a purpose. But this day, it was not marine creatures that came. From the depths of the sea, a big ship sailed over. Although the big ship was broken, it was as black as ink. The most eye-catching thing was the big flag hanging in the sky above the mast. On the flag, there was a skeleton with two knives, as if it was laughing at the world. Looking at the big sails, the lines on the sails were strange, and strange array patterns were engraved on them. On the hull, and even on every deck, there were such array patterns. These were all places that Han Fei had used to paint in the past 18 years when he had nothing to do. He had drawn the entire ship, not even leaving out the cabin. Shimin Linglan had always let Han Fei do whatever he wanted. When she became an explorer, a lightning tribulation fell from the sky, and this big ship, the Avenger, helped her block almost 60% of the lightning tribulation with the dense array patterns. At that moment, Shimin Linglan finally realized how terrifying Han Fei's carvings on the ship were. It was also because of that tribulation that the ship had ended up in such a dilapidated state. But there were also benefits. After being struck by the lightning tribulation, this ship seemed to come back to life. All the wood on the ship became lightning-struck wood. The quality had been improved by several levels. In order to prevent accidents, the human race would patrol the outer sea. Most of them were from the big families of City, because ordinary people didn't have the ability to do so. The reason why the big families did this was to protect their own interests. After all, if they didn't rule the bottom, what could they rule? Besides, the structure of the strong was a pyramid structure. The strong were also selected from hundreds of millions of people. Therefore, this foundation couldn't be broken. Shimin Linglan stepped on the bow of the ship. Suddenly, she heard a voice in the air. "Who are you? Is it a ship from Blackrock City?" Shimin Linglan didn't even bother with this person. She sent a telepathic message. "Continue forward." A moment later, a 1,000-meter-long ship appeared with two escort ships. In the air, an explorer blocked the way. "Everyone, what do you mean?" Shimin Linglan didn't answer. Instead, she turned her head and looked behind her. "Does anyone know me?" More than 20 people rose into the air. One of them, a fierce-looking man, grinned and said, "Oh, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Dongfang Yu, the 7th master of the Dongfang family in Yu City? What's going on?" "7th master is patrolling the borders now." Dongfang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Zhao Wuxing, you're not dead yet?" The big man laughed out loud. "Thanks to the Dongfang family, I'm not dead. Not only did I not die, but I also survived. I even got a chance and became a peak-level law enforcer." "Dongfang Yu, are you the only one patrolling the border?" Dongfang Yu narrowed her eyes. The enemy's lineup was so strong. 1 explorer and 21 law enforcers. Among them, there were only 3 mid-level law enforcers and 12 peak-level law enforcers. If there was only 1 explorer and 21 high-level law enforcers, Dongfang Yu wouldn't be surprised. After all, any big family could mobilize such a lineup. However, 12 peak-level law enforcers were equivalent to all the top-level law enforcers in a family. In a sense, the people on this ship were enough to form a medium-sized force in Yu City. However, Dongfang Yu frowned. "So, you're here for revenge?" She saw the enforcers appearing from the big ship and the 2 escort ships in the distance. Among them, there were 4 peak-level law enforcers, 7 high-level law enforcers, 11 mid-level law enforcers, and almost 30 beginner law enforcers. The people patrolling the border were very strong. Otherwise, if they encountered a powerful cultivator, they wouldn't be able to deal with them. With Dongfang Yu's lineup and the array formation on the ship, even if a high-level explorer came, they would be able to hold them off for a while. However, they didn't need it now. The people patrolling the border were all mixed teams sent by the big families in Yu City. At the same time, there were at least 4 or 5 teams like Dongfang Yu's in the waters outside Yu City. Dongfang Yu sneered. 1 peak-level law enforcer and 12 peak-level law enforcers want to come back for revenge? The woman in the lead. "Are you also an enemy of the Dongfang family?" Shimin Linglan's gaze was cold. She didn't answer his question. Instead, she said indifferently, "Zhao Wuxing, is this person guilty?" Zhao Wuxing smiled sinisterly. "Of course. My Jia family forged a top-grade divine weapon. Just as we were about to take off, the Dongfang family killed 17 members of my Jia family. I was the only one who survived." "Hey, Dongfang Yu, you were one of them, right?" Dongfang Yu sneered. A good weapon depends on the person using it. An innocent man will get into trouble because of his wealth. Don't you understand this logic? Zhao Wuxing shrugged. Captain, look. You didn't even refute it. You just admitted it. Shimin Linglan looked up at Dongfang Yu and said, kill them. Swoosh. Swoosh. The Avenger started charging forward. However, no got off the ship. Instead, it rammed into the enemy's big ship. Dongfang Yu's eyes turned cold. Who the F***CK is this woman? You want to fight and kill her just because of this? Weren't the great clans always very cautious in their actions and the path of the strong? You're also an explorer. Don't you understand this logic? Dongfang Yu shouted in a low voice, you're asking for death. Attack. In an instant, the sky was filled with all kinds of spiritual beasts. The Avenger was surrounded by all kinds of lights. However, Dongfang Yu clearly felt that one person was missing from the Avenger. He was puzzled. Why were there only 2 of the 3 mid-level law enforcers left? Puff. Boom. Almost at the same time, when they summoned their spiritual beasts, one of the top-level law enforcers suddenly felt a sense of danger. He used his mind and armor appeared on his body. However, a hand had already pierced into his chest. A terrifying energy exploded. The top-level law enforcer died instantly. That wasn't all. Immediately after that, another top-level law enforcer who had just put on his armor and his spiritual plant had just appeared. A big stick struck down. The shadow of the stick was like a knife, shining brightly. She died again before she could even use her power of law. Dongfang Yu's reaction was extremely fast. At this time, she didn't have time to think about why an intermediate law enforcer was so strong. It was more important to save people. However, before he arrived, the void shook and Han Fei's figure had already disappeared. This time, the target he chose was a spirit gatherer. This spirit gatherer had already realized his situation. Then he opened a fish skin map, which was the defensive array he had already prepared. But then the void flashed, and he was shocked to find that Han Fei had actually crossed the defensive array and appeared directly in front of him. With one blow, this peak-level law enforcer died. Dongfang Yu panicked. Are you King telling me that this is an intermediate law enforcer? Dongfang Yu came halfway and slashed out 2 soul-sucking knife lights. The saber light was sinister and strange. All sorts of illusory faces appeared. A horrifying and evil aura enveloped the area, creating an ominous atmosphere. Shimin Linglan's indifferent voice sounded. Your opponent is me. After Shimin Linglan and Han Fei both attacked, the 12 peak-level law enforcers on the Avenger rushed out at the same time, full of murderous intent. The rest of the people on the ship did not leave, but they were also shouting, an intermediate explorer wants to stop us? I'm afraid I'm dreaming. Huh. With a roar, the peak-level law enforcer who was trying to escape suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, and his secret technique was directly broken. The next moment, hammer shadows fell from the sky. Clang, clang, clang. The power of 3 hammers directly bombarded. Good. Commander Han is fierce. Ha ha. You want to run away from Commander Han? What are you thinking? At this time, although Han Fei was only an intermediate peak-level law enforcer, the effect of the secret technique had been greatly reduced. However, the power after the secret technique was still more than 50 waves, comparable to a peak-level law enforcer at the top level. Not only that, after having the power, Han Fei also had unparalleled speed. If Han Fei's soul sense was still sober, he would definitely know that the 2 strange techniques mastered by the Yi family of the Thousand Star City were none other than the heavenly illusionary divine walk and the revolving star passage, which were obtained from the Sky Clan. However, at this moment, Han Fei's speed had already far surpassed that of the Yi family. Not only did he know these 2 techniques, but he also had the phantom glass wings and the secret technique. In this way, Han Fei almost killed 5 peak-level law enforcers in an instant. In the end, one of them only had time to escape back to the ship. But for the revolving star passage, unless there was a high-level sealing array that even sealed the space, it was impossible to stop Han Fei. Therefore, the scene that shocked the Border Patrol powerhouses appeared. Like a flash of light, Han Fei appeared in the formation of ships. With just a roar, he killed a peak-level law enforcer. Seeing him, fear spread in everyone's heart. All the peak-level law enforcers were dead, and Han Fei didn't touch any of the others, leaving them all to the murderous ruffians on the Avengers. Dongfang Yu intended to tear the space to escape, because these people's means were really amazing. If someone had told him before that an intermediate law enforcer could kill 5 peak-level law enforcers in 3 seconds, he wouldn't have believed it. But now he saw it with his own eyes. With that kind of power and speed, that person might even be able to fight against an explorer. However, Dongfang Yu couldn't escape, because this woman with a weird scimitar was equally terrifying. There seemed to be endless resentful souls on her twin scimitars, which went straight to her soul. Not only that, this woman's speed was also extremely fast, even far faster than her own. Besides, what the hell was her gifted soul? Dongfang Yu couldn't see Shimin Linglan's spiritual beast at all, only a black mist. In the mist, there was a pair of scarlet eyes. He had never heard of such a spiritual beast. Puff, 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 clang, clang, clang. The void collided more than 1,000 times in an instant. Dongfang Yu opened a void crack several times, but there was no way to escape. On the contrary, every time he tried to escape through the void, there would be an opportunity for him to take a saber strike. Dongfang Yu roared. He saw the young man with dull eyes standing proudly in the void. Although he didn't attack, he actually felt a strong sense of threat from the young man. Dongfang Yu gritted his teeth, and a jade conch phantom condensed. Who the hell are you? In the void, their speed became faster and faster, so fast that Dongfang Yu couldn't react. Shimin Linglan's voice rippled. Who are we? We are a group of people who seek revenge. My name is Shimin Linglan. Dongfang Yu's body trembled. This name was so King familiar. In the past, a large group of people intercepted the people of the Shimin family, and they all left Shimin Linglan's name. Son of AB *TCH. Now, the real person was back, and he was so strong. Above Dongfang Yu's jade conch, black smoke billowed. He was shocked to find that his soul couldn't resist the erosion of this strange power. If this went on, he would definitely die. A jade gate lock. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows of doors appeared one after another, as if they were going to lock Shimin Linglan inside. Roar. However, before Dongfang Yu finished this scene, she saw a big ape more than 30 meters tall appear on the sea, holding a big stick and smashing down. Roar. With that roar, the shadows of hundreds of beasts stepped in the void, directly making Dongfang Yu's soul stagnate. After using the Beast King's technique, Han Fei's strength doubled, far exceeding the strength that a peak-level law enforcer should have. The stick was shocking and directly smashed through a door. What? The power of an explorer. Is this a secret art of the Beastmen? Soul severing. Shimin Linglan's daggers were like a dark moon. They pierced into Dongfang Yu's body. Ka. At that moment, the jade door shattered, and the surrounding raging waves surged to the heavens. On the Avenger, everyone sighed. Every time they saw Han Fei transform, they were horrified. That thing was really too strong. Had he ever seen a middle-level enforcer or a club-wielding explorer before? Now it had really happened. Although Han Fei was only an explorer after using the Beast King's technique, he could still restrict Dongfang Yu with the help of the soul suppressing roar beasts. Of course, if it was an advanced explorer, it would be a different situation. But for now, it was enough. Shimin Linglan's attack was successful. Dongfang Yu felt as if her soul was being bitten by thousands of souls. The battle between the strong only lasted for a moment. Before Dongfang Yu could react, the two curved blades pierced through her body like wheels. Han Fei's Monkey King 3,000 cudgels smashed down crazily. Dang could be heard without end. In just over 100 breaths, Dongfang Yu had fallen. First update. Asking for votes in a chapter. Chapter 1132. Run. In fact, at the moment when the Jade Gate was shattered, those patrolling law enforcers had already begun to flee for their lives. Those law enforcers of the Avenger were killing everywhere. The battle was King over. The group of people who hadn't taken action, yet were trembling. The cooperation between Captain and General Han is so King terrifying. The other side's law enforcers all abandoned the ship and fled. After all, with Han Fei's weird footwork, the ship array couldn't stop him at all. Who dared to run to the ship? At this moment, before the Avenger hit the big black ship, Shimin Linglan shouted, "Don't hit it. We have already won." However, at this moment, the Avenger was about to hit it. On the ship, the people at the helm were speechless. How the CK did I know you would fight so fast? Someone roared, "No, it's too late. Hit the small one, hit the small one." Rumble. The two sides collided, the array exploded, and huge waves rolled. A big ship of more than 300 meters was smashed into pieces by the Avenger. Someone hurriedly shouted, "Captain, I didn't mean to." "It's too late." Someone kicked him. "Can't you King slow down? Do you not believe in the strength of Captain and General Han? Or what?" Someone shouted, "There's no lunch for you at noon. You can eat sashimi." The man drooped his head and muttered in his heart, "Captain asked me to hit it." The ape turned into a human again. Shimin Linglan took out Dongfang Yu's sun moon shell, narrowed her eyes, and quickly looked at Han Fei. "There's so much spirit awakening fluid. Do you still want to try it?" At first, Han Fei didn't try to awaken a spiritual beast. At that time, there was no spirit awakening fluid. But after leaving the 100,000 mountains, they got a lot of spirit awakening fluid. However, no matter how much Han Fei swallowed, he couldn't awaken a spiritual beast. Not only a spiritual beast, but also a contractual spiritual beast, not even one. This made Shimin Linglan wonder, what's wrong with Han Fei? Is it because he missed the best time? Han Fei scratched his head. "It's useless to drink it." Shimin Linglan shrugged. "Indeed, it's useless to drink it." She was used to it. Shimin Linglan pursed her lips and said, "Then there's nothing good. It's much worse than the treasures we found last time." Someone was preparing to come back. When he heard Shimin Linglan's words, he stumbled and fell into the sea. The man was speechless. "Captain, can't you be more careful with your words? Bringing a venerable level powerhouse over to compete with an explorer? Are you serious?" Shimin Linglan shouted, "Jiao Wuxing, it's yours." As she spoke, Shimin Linglan threw the sun moon shell over. Because at this moment, Jiao Wuxing's body was trembling with excitement. He didn't expect that as soon as he came back, he would get a part of his revenge. Deep in his heart, he wanted to kill the entire Dongfang family. However, he also knew that he did not have the ability to do so. Even if the entire Avenger was deployed, it might not be enough. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at the burly man standing in the void. "Something's wrong." Shimin Linglan leaned against Han Fei and said softly, "Idiot, you don't understand. That feeling of revenge, from pleasure to depression, to untie the knot in his heart, and then to an even bigger knot in his heart. The constantly magnifying desire for power. In short, it's very complicated. He's about to make a breakthrough. Our Avenger is about to have a second explorer." Han Fei was slightly surprised and opened his mouth. "Path," Shimin Linglan smiled. She pointed at the Avenger and said, "They all know where the road is. In fact, it's not that difficult to become an explorer. The difficult part is how to enter the Tao." Han Fei scratched his head. "I don't understand." Shimin Linglan pulled Han Fei to the Avenger. "You don't have to understand. Maybe the Tao is in your head." After a while, they cleaned up the mess. Under the gaze of more than 20 people, Jiao Wuxing's body was wrapped in endless energy and power. The Avenger had already sailed below Jiao Wuxing. There was no one on the Avenger. Otherwise, it would only attract more troublesome heavenly tribulations. Someone cursed, "I'm so angry. Old Jia is so King lucky. As soon as he comes back, he can make a breakthrough and become an explorer." Someone said with a hopeful face, "I want that too. Who doesn't? I'm not as lucky as this guy." Someone grinned and said, "How many heavenly tribulations can our Avenger survive?" Shimin Linglan said lightly, "From the first heavenly tribulation, the Avenger will not be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. In short, no matter how bad it is, it will only get stronger and stronger." Suddenly, everyone looked up. Clouds rolled in all directions and thunder rumbled, as if a huge vortex had appeared in the sky. Han Fei looked at Shimin Linglan and said hesitantly, "It's not big." Puff. This. However, the group of people rolled their eyes, speechless. General Han, old Jia's heavenly tribulation is not big, but we can't compare everyone to the captain. Someone smiled and said, "General Han, when you're going to undergo the heavenly tribulation, I'm afraid you'll have to get a few more Avenger." Someone thought for a moment. "When the time comes, we can each rob a ship. I think 20 Avengers will be enough." Hearing this, Shimin Linglan tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. "I think it makes sense. Why don't we do this in the future?" In fact, Shimin Linglan had long thought that when Han Fei underwent the heavenly tribulation would be even more terrifying. It was better to nip it in the bud. She took this suggestion to heart. Han Fei scratched his head. "Okay." Boom. The sky exploded and blue lightning fell. In an instant, a suit of armor floated in the air. Jia Wuxing stabbed the sky with his spear, and the divine weapon exploded in the lightning. Rip! A fish skin map was torn open, which was the Great Plate Turtle array drawn by Han Fei. Everyone here had it. The big array hovered, and the old turtle lay on the ground. But the array was opened and broken quickly. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, dozens of arrays were smashed, but the power of the lightning was reduced by nearly 40%. Oh, Jia Wuxing was struck by the lightning. He only lasted for half a minute before he fell on the ship, electric currents surging on his body. The lightning struck the entire Avenger, causing electric arcs to flicker. However, at this moment, the big array was fully opened, and a large number of electric arcs fell into the ocean. Although layers of arrays were broken one after another, they were too weak to continue and disappeared. Jia Wuxing roared, rose from the ground again, and looked at Han Fei and the others. "This thing is awesome. Luckily, I'm strong and have an amazing physique. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been blasted into pieces." Bull, suddenly there was a lot of boos. Someone cursed. "Are you shameless? You only blocked 30% of it yourself. How dare you brag about it? Look at you, your mouth and nose are bleeding, and your body is burnt. How dare you brag about it? Didn't the Avenger block it for you?" Someone cursed. Bullsh asterisk T. The second one is coming. Rumble. The second time, the same method was used. Jia Wuxing bled from his 7 orifices, and his body was cracked. At this moment, no one cursed anymore. If he survived the next one, old Jia would be an explorer. Someone shouted angrily, "Old Jia, if you can't survive it, I won't be your Lord's sacrifice next year." Someone said solemnly, "Old Jia, it's time to explode. As long as you don't die, General Han can cure you." Huh! Jia Wuxing was bathed in blood, and his blood was burning. 3 big shields rose in the sky, 2 arrays hovered, and a secret technique was activated. Rumble. Bam! The third thick bolt of lightning with a hint of blue and purple fell, breaking the arrays and shields. More than 20 places on Jia Wuxing's body had exploded, and his body was almost torn apart. His body was like a piece of charcoal, lying on the boat with his last breath. "Old Jia! Hold on, old Jia! Don't F asterisk King die." Everyone was rushing to the Avenger. However, Han Fei was faster than them. When Jia Wuxing hit the deck, Han Fei had already appeared. Swish! 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 The healing light of the divine healing technique was cast on Jia Wuxing one after another. After casting 7 or 8 divine healing techniques in a row, Han Fei felt that Jia Wuxing's heart was beating violently, so he stopped. Indeed, it was much easier to heal him than the mountain giant. After all, their strengths were not on the same level. Shimin Linglan also appeared and breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy for these people to survive for so many years. None of them had it easy. She felt that every one of them deserved to be an explorer. Shimin Linglan looked back. Okay, it's okay now. Those law enforcers had just rushed into the Avenger when they were electrocuted by the remaining power of the lightning. Being electrocuted, the group of people suddenly felt very good. Someone laughed. "Hey, do we feel the power of the heavenly tribulation in advance?" Someone laughed and scolded. Feel my A**s. If you really go up there, you will be blasted into nothingness. Ha ha, everyone laughed. However, Shimin Linglan was very calm. It was impossible not to notice the heavenly tribulation. Not only the patrolling masters, but also the demon beasts in the sea would notice it. Shimin Linglan said, "Let's go. Take that big ship with us. I don't need it anymore." Then Shimin Linglan ran to the small ship and wrote 3 words on the long sail: Avenger. In the distance, 2 fleets were rushing towards the heavenly tribulation at full speed. Unfortunately, the sea was very big. The big ships couldn't reach it in a short time. However, only a moment later, an explorer-level powerhouse tore through the void and appeared there. 2 explorers arrived one after the other. One of them said, "Someone is going through the heavenly tribulation." The other person looked at the red words on the sail and narrowed his eyes. This technique is very familiar. However, they aren't targeting the Shimin family anymore. It might be 2 groups of people. After all, Dongfang Yu is dead. Both of them had a serious expression on their faces. Dongfang Yu was an intermediate explorer. Although she had just entered the explorer realm, she wasn't an easy target to kill. This could only mean that the people who came were very strong. They were at least advanced explorers. Shimin Linglan knew one thing very well. If they came back, they would definitely be discovered. At that moment, Shimin Linglan looked at everyone solemnly. 7 days. We only have 7 days. Our goal is to overturn the rule of the major clans in City of You. Therefore, in the end, all the great clans are actually our targets. In these 7 days, we must let them know of our existence. Someone licked the corner of his mouth and said, "Captain, although what you said is very inspiring, this is a great goal. But isn't my strength a little too weak? Is it enough to fight stealthily?" Shimin Linglan glanced at Han Fei and said, "Within 7 days, plunder the outer sea. Our target is the 100,000 mountains." 100,000 mountains? Everyone turned their eyes to Han Fei. They had always thought that people like Han Fei should have come from the 100,000 mountains. Otherwise, how could 100 beasts appear with a single roar? However, Shimin Linglan had never told them about the 100,000 mountains. Han Fei was even less likely to tell them. Shimin Linglan looked at Han Fei. Her decision was actually not good for the 100,000 mountains. She was also making use of Han Fei. After all, the 4 venerables valued Han Fei. Teaching her was just a bonus. Because of Han Fei, the 100,000 mountains would stand on his side. It would be very unfair if the 100,000 mountain range was dragged into the conflict with the U City's great clans just for the sake of revenge. However, after thinking about it for so many years, she realized that there were external and internal troubles. In fact, he had become a villain, an unstable factor that disturbed the internal security of the human race. However, as a member of a large clan, she knew very well just how much resources the aristocratic families monopolized. If ordinary people wanted to rise, they had to fight and fight with their lives. If the descendants of aristocratic families wanted to rise, they only needed to stretch out their hands. This was especially true for those who were born into large clans. They had a lot of resources to use. Even ordinary disciples would receive a fixed amount of resources. As for those geniuses, they were given a huge amount of resources. When one's realm increased, everything would develop in a good direction through the slow process of battle experience. Her current thought was to subvert the rule of the strong. Perhaps it was because she had seen the unity of the people in the 100,000 mountains, but Shimin Linglan increasingly felt that there was something wrong with the current hegemonic rule of the humans. However, it was too difficult for her to subvert it by herself. However, once this thought appeared, it was difficult to suppress. She even guessed that this was her Tao. Therefore, even if there were some aspects that were not right, she still wanted to do it. After finalizing the plan of action, the crowd dispersed. Shimin Linglan looked at Han Fei. The external aggression is serious, but we have 500 years. I have found my Tao. I know that 500 years is too short for the top masters. However, I feel that it is very long for us. If under the rule of U City, Everyone will become free people, and everyone can fight for resources with their own strength. This is the general trend of a human world, is the rise of mankind. Achieve? Han Fei looked at Shimin Linglin's determined eyes. For some reason, his heart trembled a little, and he nodded heavily. Shimin Linglan had never thought that a small figure like her, who was about to give up on herself, would one day become the person who pushed the wheel of history forward. Every reform and every resistance from the bottom was accompanied by suppression or the roar of the people. Shimin Linglan felt that no matter what others thought of her, she had to try it. 7 days later, more than 100 people gathered outside a medium-sized ship. Among them, there were 5 law enforcers. Their goals were very simple: hunting, capturing contractual spiritual beasts, fishing or hunting marine creatures to improve themselves. Many people were fishing, and some were talking nonsense. Someone said, "Hey, have you heard? The Avenger hijacked the Yang family's ship yesterday. 2 explorers went there and fought in the outer sea, but it was a draw. What's the background of the Avenger?" Someone sneered. "Who knows? Anyway, they are very strong. Last time, 3 explorers found their traces, but they didn't attack them and let them run away. It's just one ship. The 3 explorers failed to attack it." Someone said, "Hey, I know that some peak-level explorers have been dispatched. Although the outer sea is very large, the searchability of the strong can't be underestimated. I think a war will break out in 3 days at most." Someone nodded. "That makes sense." It said that all the big families have sent explorers. No matter how large the sea is, it can't resist so many people. Boom! Suddenly, the ship swayed, and everyone staggered. Then, they felt that the hull was slapped and the keel was deformed. Several law enforcers suddenly rose to the sky. Not good, a large sea demon. Then, nothing appeared in the void, but a terrifying power swept over everyone's heads. Boom! The ship array shook violently, and a big tail appeared in the void. Someone's expression changed drastically. "Not good, it's a ghost flood dragon. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle." An armorous law enforcer broke through the ship array, fused with the old turtle, and rushed at the ghost flood dragon. Clang, 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 the giant tail swept and knocked away the swords and knives. With a thud, the armorist was slapped thousands of meters away, vomiting blood. Someone shouted, "Why is there a ghost flood dragon here? It's at least a peak-level law enforcer. It's invincible." A law enforcer roared, "Run! Return at full speed." However, at that moment, a giant tail hundreds of meters long slapped at them. Someone shouted, "Dodge! Armorist, hold on." However, the law enforcer hadn't returned to the ship yet. The array had just been activated, and the armorists on the ship hadn't had time to gather. Suddenly, a young man dressed in ordinary gray clothes appeared in midair. However, the young man grabbed the sea demon's tail with one hand, and with a sudden tug, he pulled out a large flood dragon from the bottom of the sea. In the blink of an eye, a cold light swept past, and the ghost flood dragon was directly chopped into 5 or 6 pieces. The snake's head turned into a big shadow and was about to bite Han Fei when a golden fist mark crushed it from head to tail. Hiss! F***CK. Who is it? Have we been saved by Mr. Explorer? No way. He's just... How could he only be a law enforcer? Suddenly, someone's expression changed. "It's over, it's over." Look, isn't that? Someone swallowed frantically. The Avenger? Run, run, jump off the ship and run. As soon as the first person left the ship array, he heard a voice. "Don't kill those who are not from the big families." Huh. Everyone paused because on the other side, a woman was standing in the air and looking at them. A law enforcer's body trembled slightly. "Madam, we are not from the big families. We are independent cultivators, so we formed a group of 100 people to go out to sea to hunt." The armorist who was slapped away hurriedly said, "Madam, please don't kill us." Shimin Linglin's voice was cold. "As I said, the Avenger will not kill those who are not from the big families. The purpose of the Avenger is to fight for justice and freedom. We will slaughter the big families and let everyone in your city become free people and share the resources of the sea." What the Vengeance wanted was a united human race without oppression. This is the principle of the Avenger. We welcome ambitious people to join the Avenger. We will wait for you at the Storm Strait. After that, Shimin Linglan and Han Fei disappeared, and the Avenger in the distance did not approach, but quietly went away. Only a group of law enforcers and hidden fishers were left on the ship, dumbfounded. Did I hear it right? Don't die. Son of a B asterisk TCH, I was scared to death. I thought I couldn't escape just now. After the panic, someone couldn't help but reflect. The Avenger doesn't seem to be what we thought. Someone frowned. Do you think it's possible? They want to overthrow the big families in U City. Someone shook his head. How is it possible? How can they overthrow the big families with the Venerables? Will the Venerables of the big families allow this to happen? Someone said, what if the Avenger really succeeds? A law enforcer's eyes flickered. Whether it succeeds or not doesn't matter. Do you want to go? The others nodded like chicks pecking rice. This goal was too ambitious, and it sounded very bewitching. The enforcer glanced at them. Damn it, all of you stay here. Even if it's true, there will be millions of dead bodies on the way. Do you want to leave your homes? Suddenly, a female manipulator among the 5 law enforcers stepped out of the ship. She looked back and said, I have nothing to worry about. I'm strong. I'm going. Hidden fishers don't come. If you fail, you'll really be gone. The manipulator rushed all the way and didn't look back while there was still a trace of the Avenger. Many people were speechless. The armorist sighed gloomily. Alas, she's gambling with her life. How dare she? Next to her, a soul warrior said, If you have nothing to worry about, will you take the risk? You've also seen those 2 people. Do you think they're people who would covet our meager resources? The Ghost Flood Dragon killed them. They didn't even pick up their bodies. The armorist choked. You don't say. If they really succeed, the rise of ordinary people will be at least several times faster. Hey, wait, isn't the Storm Strait part of the 100,000 Mountains? Chapter 1133. EU was a manipulator. Her life experience wasn't complicated. Like most people, her family died in battle. She had a few friends, but they were all looking for their own opportunities. As a mid-level enforcer, her status wasn't low. Many large clans tried to recruit her. However, she knew that once she entered a large clan, she would no longer be free. She would become a soldier. She would fight wherever she was told. She wouldn't be able to get anything good. There were many people who had the same thoughts as her. That was why independent cultivators formed 100-man teams and went out to sea to hunt. This way, life and death were fated. The things that they hunted belonged to them. Thus, when she heard about Shimin Linglan's ambition, she was instantly convinced. If the rule of the large clans in U City was overthrown, she would be able to establish a free human race. They would be able to uphold justice for billions of people. They would be able to fight for resources with their own strength. However, when she stepped onto the Avenger, she regretted her decision. She looked at the 20 muscular men. Their killing intent was intense. She was just a mid-level enforcer. How could she not be afraid? However, what you didn't know was that the muscular men were also dumbfounded. Their captain had just shouted and someone came. Moreover, it was a pretty girl. They had been wandering the seas for decades. Other than their captain, they had forgotten what a girl looked like. They weren't nervous. They were just not used to it. After all, there was only one woman on the Avenger. Plus, she was a pair with General Han. No one dared to do anything to her. Shimin Linglan smiled. Welcome to the Avenger. Hum. Roar. Roar. The moment Shimin Linglan finished speaking, an angry roar could be heard from the cabin. I didn't die. I became an explorer. Haha. As expected, those who survive a disaster will be blessed with good fortune. General Han. General Han. Everyone was speechless. Zhao Wuxing jumped out and laughed. General Han, I can't thank you enough. What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Zhao Wuxing, shut up. Can't you act like an explorer? Woman. Where did this woman come from? He was dumbfounded. Is this man an explorer? Shimin Linglan scolded Zhao Wuxing. She smiled and looked at EU. There aren't many rules on the Avenger. Everyone was very casual. The resources were taken by whoever needed them. How should I address you? The EU hurriedly said, I'm EU, a mid-level enforcer and a manipulator. Spiritual beast. Shimin Linglan nodded slightly. She looked at Jiao Wuxing and the others casually. Bring EU to learn about the Avenger. Also, EU's realm is a little unstable. She needs to obtain some resources to stabilize it. All of a sudden, the group of people started arguing. Miss EU, let me show you. I'm a middle-level enforcer, just like you. We have a close relationship. Someone push him away. Get lost. What the hell are you talking about? Do you know what to pick? Miss EU, I'm a peak-level law enforcer. I've picked up some good stuff for you to choose from. Someone said in disdain, You're so ugly. Aren't you embarrassed to lead the way? Lady EU, I'm a most normal and soft-spoken person here. I'll take you there. EU was dumbfounded. His words were like thunder. How could he be soft-spoken? She subconsciously looked at Shimin Linglan. However, when she looked again, Shimin Linglan had already disappeared. When she looked up, she saw Shimin Linglan standing on a mast. In midair, the young man who just tore apart the ghost dragon was carving strange lines on the sail. He was only a little curious. A group of burly men surrounded her and took her to see the ghost ship. Someone saw EU's gaze and immediately reminded her, Miss EU, you can do whatever you want on the Avenger. But not General Dudahan. He's the captain's. EU was surprised. General Han? Someone immediately said in a boastful manner, You don't know about this. Speaking of General Han, there's a lot to talk about. I'm not bragging, but in this world, there's no one in the same realm as General Han. Back then, listening to those stories that weren't bragging, Shimin Linglan grinned. I'm talking about you. In the eyes of these idiots, you're the captain. Han Fei turned his head and glanced at Shimin Linglan, chuckled, and scratched his head. Idiot. When EU saw the resources on the Avenger, she was dumbfounded. She had never seen so many resources in her life. She picked up a sun moon shell, and it was filled to the brim. There were countless sea-swallowing seashells. All kinds of weapons were thrown everywhere. And looking at the quality, wasn't that a divine weapon? Also, that sea-swallowing seashell. What's that green thing? Spirit awakening fluid? Also, that horrified creature. Wasn't that a Tao-seeking realm great demon? Why wasn't it refined into a divine weapon? Someone hurriedly said, I took the wrong one. These are all ingredients. Keep them. Let's look at something else. EU's eyes widened. Ingredients? Jiao Wuxing laughed. Exactly. General Han likes to eat them. The captain listened to General Han and has been preparing them. EU couldn't help but stick out her tongue. They are just intermediate law enforcers. Why are they so strong? But in any case, EU felt that she had made a profit. Although these people looked ferocious, they seemed to be nice people. 5 days later, in the city of EU, in the streets and alleys, and even in the villages and towns. Hey, have you heard? The Avenger is here to rescue the people at the bottom of our city of EU. They said that they want to recruit people in the Storm Strait and overthrow the big clans in city of EU. When did that happen? Isn't that a bunch of murderers? They specialize in plundering? You know football? My distant cousin has seen the Avenger with his own eyes. How can it be fake? Are you serious? Hey, no. Isn't the Storm Strait the territory of the 100,000 mountains? Who knows? On a certain boat. Someone said, Hey, brothers, why don't we go to the Storm Strait and join the Avenger? Otherwise, with our ability to find fortuitous opportunities, when will we be able to make a name for ourselves? Someone sneered. Do you think you can go to the Storm Strait whenever you want? We were swallowed by the violent whirlpool there before we reached it. Someone sighed. This Avenger is really something. Why did they choose the Storm Strait? Someone replied, Nonsense. How dare the experts of the big clans go to the 100,000 mountains? It's said that there are powerful creatures there. In the city of EU, someone said, Brother, we are all rogue cultivators. Why don't we go to the Storm Strait and try our luck? Someone hurriedly became nervous and shouted in a low voice, Are you crazy? Don't you know that a group of people has been arrested? I heard that the big clans have already sent people to stop them on the way. Really? Forget it. Let's wait and see. On the other side, a large ship was moving forward at full speed in the waves. Someone at the bow of the ship shouted coldly, Humph, A few clowns want to destroy our big clans. Someone chuckled next to him. There is news that the Avenger is on the way to the Storm Strait. Someone has already gone to stop them. We're not slow. We're not much slower than them. Someone snorted. If not for the fact that the Venerables have not recovered from their injuries, how could they allow a few explorers to show off on the sea? A lady from the big clans chuckled. They're just clowns. We will definitely destroy the Avenger on this trip. I heard that there are many peak enforcers on the ship. We can practice with them. Shimin Lai, don't you think so? A cold young man narrowed his eyes and said, My target is Shimin Linglan. The lady chuckled. Are you so sure that it's her? Shimin Lai nodded. I can't be wrong. This is similar to 18 years ago. She might have gotten a fortuitous encounter too. In the past, we spared her life because we thought that she would not be able to make a name for herself. But now, humph, she must die. The news had spread like wildfire in the city of you. The Avengers' bold words about overthrowing the big clans were spread. For a moment, countless people yearned for it. However, very few of them took action. Everyone was just watching. There would definitely be a huge battle at the Storm Strait. If they survived, the reputation of the Avenger would definitely soar. But if they failed, all this would just be a beautiful bubble. At this moment, the Avenger was rushing on the sea with the 3 big ships. The Avenger, with its arrays fully activated, was extremely fast, and Han Fei also ran to the other 3 big ships to draw pictures. The main reason was that there was no place to draw on the Avenger, and Han Fei felt that he couldn't suppress his realm anymore. He had to find something to do to make himself forget about the breakthrough. Bam! An array collapsed, setting off a shock. Shimin Linglan said, This is the 3rd time today that your array has been broken. It seems that you want to go back too. Han Fei looked up and smiled. Yes. Shimin Linglan smiled and said, We're almost there. In about half a day, we will enter the Storm Domain and the Whirlpool Domain. I think there should be many seniors from 100,000 mountains there. Now, let's go eat first. Han Fei had just grinned when he suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. He roared the void and punched out. Bam! A crack was torn in the void, and a big hand reached out and crushed the golden fist mark. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man in a purple robe walked out of the void and glanced at Han Fei and Shimin Linglan. Well, you're not weak. However, you're just a peak-level enforcer. Are you people from the Avengers? Shimin Linglan shouted in a low voice. Idiot, go back to the Avenger. Humph, you want to go back? The middle-aged man held the void cage in his hand and blocked it with his shield. Then the void twisted and Han Fei and Shimin Linglan had disappeared in their own trap array. Huh, is this the law of space? The 100,000 mountains and the city of you had never been on good terms. Therefore, the Sky Clan's miraculous techniques would never be revealed to the humans. If the Venerable were here, he would definitely know about it. However, because the explorer had never fought with the strongest masters of the Sky Clan, he didn't know about the Heavenly Void Divine Walking Technique and the Big Dipper Technique. Shimin Linglan yelled, Open the array. According to Shimin Linglan's plan, the Avenger, which was infinitely enhanced by Han Fei's array, was actually very fast. This was also the reason why they were able to avoid the explorers for the past few days. According to her calculations, those people shouldn't be able to send messages so quickly. But now, it was clearly beyond her expectations. Hum, hum, hum. In an instant, the Avenger turned into a super turtle shell surrounded by dense light mist. Spiritual energy surged in all directions, and the Avenger's speed suddenly soared. The explorer who showed up was also a little confused. How many arrays did they set up on this ship? The explorer sneered. Since you've been caught by me, do you think it's possible for you to escape? The void was torn again, and the explorer appeared in front of the Avenger. He pushed a huge hand in the void. He didn't believe that he couldn't even stop a ship with his full strength. Rumble. A terrifying force swept across the sea, and the waves spread for dozens of miles. However, the explorer's eyes narrowed. Nothing happened. This ship didn't even retreat. At this moment, everyone on the Avenger gathered on the deck. The big ships behind them were all abandoned. They could snatch more ships, but the war was about to start. They had to fight. Zhao Wuxing shouted, Damn it, who's here? Shimin Linglan said solemnly. Peak level explorer. As a newcomer, Yu's heart trembled as she watched this scene. Could a peak level explorer resist them? Apart from the captain and General Han, what else could the Avenger rely on? However, before they could think too much about it, they saw 3 explorers tear through the void and arrive. Shimin Linglan's face changed slightly. We can't wait. This is only the first batch. If we delay, there will be a second batch later. Zhao Wuxing said hesitantly. Captain, I don't think we can beat them. Someone gritted his teeth and said, Zhou Zifu of the Zhou family. Someone said coldly, Zhao Pai of the Zhao family. Shimin Linglan shouted in a low voice, Now is not the time to be angry. Venerable Bone, Spiritual Qi Cannon, get ready. The so-called Venerable Spiritual Qi Cannon was forged with the bones of venerable level C demons. Since he had learned the 100 Battles Divine Hammer, its practical value was much higher than ordinary refining methods. As for why he chose the Spiritual Qi Cannon, he learned it from the giant serpent in the sea when he fought it. He was tempted at that time, so he forged 2 weapons of this level with venerable level bones. Crack, crack, crack. 2 round holes appeared on the deck of the Avenger, and 2 cannons appeared. At this moment, the 4 explorers had communicated with each other and attacked at the same time. Some could carry giant shields, some held axes, and some held silver spears. Of course, none of them were peak-level explorers. However, there were also 2 advanced explorers and 1 intermediate explorer. The peak-level explorer shouted in a low voice, Break the arrays! Huh! A mountain-carrying conch appeared, which was as huge as a mountain. Rumble, clang, kacha! This time, more than 10 arrays were shattered. A small hole appeared on the sail at the front. The Avenger's speed dropped by half, and the hull shook violently. Swish! Han Fei and Shimin Linglan appeared in front of the Venerable Bone's Spiritual Qi Cannon at the same time, raised the cannon, and aimed at the void. The peak-level explorer shouted, Be careful. We don't know what that thing is. Bam! Bam! 2 cannons were fired in an instant. The entire Avenger suddenly froze. The terrifying ball of spiritual energy appeared in front of 2 of the explorers, as if it had broken through the void. Rumble. The sea was sunken, and huge waves rose to the sky. Half of the sky was illuminated by white light, causing everyone's eyes to see a vast expanse of whiteness. Dodge that thing. The 4 explorers retreated one after another. When they stabilized themselves, they looked horrified. Among them, the intermediate explorer's armor was all broken. He was dripping with blood, his chest and abdomen were sunken, and his 2 arms were gone. As for Zhou Zifu, half of the mountain-carrying conch's body was blown into pieces. He was so scared that he hurriedly put away his spiritual beast. Damn it, I almost died. When the white light flashed again, a boom sound was heard as another cannon shot was fired. This was shot out by Han Fei. He was aiming at the explorer whose arms were broken. However, this time, the peak-level explorer slashed the void with his saber. Dragon slaying slash. Rumble. Once again, white light exploded and waves surged to the sky. Shimin Linglan fired another cannon. Although each cannon consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy, they had a lot of reserves, so they didn't panic. They could fire hundreds of more cannons. On the deck, everyone laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Are you an explorer? F*CK. Come at me again. Son of AB****. Zhou. Do you still remember me? You definitely don't remember me, but I remember you. My sister died tragically in the hands of Zhou Fei, your son of 8B****. I'll get even with you sooner or later. After a few cannons, the explorers all stepped in the void at an astonishing speed. The peak-level explorer said to Han Fei via voice transmission, That thing needs to be aimed accurately. As long as you don't control it, you'll be fine. Zhou Zifu didn't seem to hear the shouting on the ship. I'll attack from the bottom of the ship. The moment they split up, they suddenly saw Han Fei and Shimin Linglan disappear. The void twisted, and the 2 of them appeared directly in front of the intermediate explorer who had lost his arms. The latter shouted coldly, "Knife waterfall!" Huh! In an instant, hundreds of beasts floated in the void, roaring and rushing. A knife light appeared in Han Fei's hand, and he slashed out with his strongest combat power. Of course, it was a pity that the knife light was instantly shattered by the waterfall-like knife light. However, when that person attacked, the gravity sank, and there seemed to be 100 dangers in the void. The law of gravity. Break. Even though the explorer was seriously injured, he was still an explorer and couldn't be killed easily. However, the opponent in front of this person was Han Fei. Behind him, the black fog in the void attacked, and two soul-sucking machetes hit his body. Puff! Puff! The two knives hit him. Just when Shimin Linglan was about to attack again, Han Fei appeared, pulled her away, and twisted the space. That was because the dragon's shadow had pounced over. The peak explorer had arrived. Huh! Bam! Han Fei roared, trying to stop this person. However, the opponent's realm was too much higher. When the void twisted, he almost touched the two of them. However, the venerable bone's spiritual chi cannon exploded again, and Zhao Wuxing was watching them. With another explosion, Han Fei and Shimin Linglan returned to the Avenger. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. It wasn't that the other people on the ship didn't want to help, but that they didn't have time to react at all. Only Zhao Wuxing, who had suddenly become an explorer, could help in time. Back on the ship, Shimin Linglan quickly looked at Han Fei, only to find that there was blood at the corner of Han Fei's mouth. "Idiot, are you okay?" Han Fei shook his head and cast the divine healing technique on himself. Zhao Wuxing shouted, "General Han, it's too risky. After all, the other party has a peak-level explorer." EU, who had witnessed the whole battle, was dumbfounded. An intermediate law enforcer was going to kill an intermediate explorer, and he even escaped from a peak-level explorer? This completely changed her impression of intermediate law enforcers. At this moment, EU finally knew why these ferocious guys admired Han Fei so much. How could she not admire him? This spirit, this courage, and this strength he had already begun to worship. At this moment, the Avenger was flying fast. After a round of battle, neither side had the upper hand. The only thing that was not good news was that the intermediate explorer was vomiting blood. Although he wasn't killed by the two heavy blows, he was no longer able to fight. However, this person was not important to him. What was important was the peak-level explorer. The venerable bone's spiritual chi cannon only left a few drops of blood on his fist. "Do you think you can run away with a ship?" The peak-level explorer didn't attack again, but said to Zhao Pai and the seriously injured explorer, "You go back and guide them." Zhao Pai nodded slightly, tore open the void, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The peak-level law enforcer looked at Shimin Linglan and Han Fei. "It's at least 10 hours from here to the Storm Canyon, and the strong masters of City will only need 4 hours to get there. You could try to delay it. I'm curious, who drew this array on the ship? It's indeed exquisite." Seeing that someone was looking at Han Fei, the peak-level explorer's eyes narrowed slightly. "Oh, that's surprising. An intermediate law enforcer has the power of an explorer, the law of space, and can draw such a complicated array. He's a top heavenly talent, but unfortunately, he chose the wrong path." Shimin Linglan said coldly, "Our path is to wipe out the big clans that have occupied City for thousands of years. If we survive this, the big clans of City will never have peace." Huh, you're talking big. Chapter 1134. The vengeance shook from the impact, but the array did not break. Suddenly, Zhou Zifu appeared in midair. He shook his head slightly and said, "The bottom of the ship is also engraved with strange formations. These formations were all interconnected, and it was definitely not the work of a single day. However, these formations themselves are not very strong, but when they're strung together, they're very complicated." After saying this, Zhou Zifu looked at Shimin Linglan and the others. "If I'm not wrong, at most 3 peak stage explorers will work together to destroy this ship formation." Someone scolded, "Then we'll talk about it after it's broken. You two don't have the ability, so stop yelling." Someone laughed and scolded, "I never thought that one day I would have the opportunity to confront a peak explorer. I've set an example for countless people. Zhao Wuxing grinned and said, Captain Commander Han, if they really break the formation, the two of you must escape. It's not a pity for us to die. As long as the two of you escape, I, Old Jia, believe that sooner or later, these fish shit clans will be exterminated. Yes, not bad. Marshal Han, remember to bring the boats and run. That's right, General Han. When the time comes, remember to leave first. We'll bring up the rear. Ha! I should have died more than 10 years ago anyway. I've lived for more than 10 years, and I've earned it. Shimin Linglan turned around and shouted, It's not time to run yet. I want to see what these people are capable of. After saying that, Shimin Linglan said proudly, Don't you all want to know why we are going to Storm Strait? The peak-level explorer narrowed his eyes. Oh, tell me about it. Shimin Linglan glanced at Han Fei and smiled. Because we are from the 100,000 Mountains. Bullshit. Zhou Zifu sneered. The human race and the 100,000 mountain range have had nothing to do with each other for 1,000 years. Can you enter the Grand Myriad Mountains with just your strength? Shimin Linglan sneered. Do you want to bet? The peak-level explorer thought for a while and said, Even if you come from the 100,000 mountains, what can you do? The human race and the 100,000 mountains had always minded their own business. Do you think they'll go against the humans for the few of you? Shimin Linglan frowned slightly. She wasn't sure about this. However, with Han Fei here, Shimin Linglan felt that it was very possible. However, he didn't know much about this matter. He didn't know why the four venerables valued Han Fei so much. Therefore, even if he told the two of them, it would be useless. Suddenly, Han Fei scratched his head. I think I made a breakthrough. Shimin Linglan shuddered. She was not the only one. Everyone on the Avenger trembled slightly. Han Fei was about to make a breakthrough, which they had never seen before. Yes, in the past 18 years, Han Fei only made 2 breakthroughs in 2 extremely dangerous situations. He didn't even make a breakthrough in the minor realm. However, at this moment, Han Fei said that he was going to make a breakthrough. This meant that if Han Fei became a senior law enforcer, his strength would soar. Zhou Zifu burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a joke. How could a mid-level enforcer break through be heaven-defying? So what if you have extraordinary talent and have broken through? However, on the Avenger, more than 20 people looked at Zhou Zifu as if they were looking at an idiot. They thought to themselves, you don't understand at all. Shimin Linglan looked at Han Fei with a complicated expression. She did not know what Han Fei's breakthrough meant. However, the Beast King once said that there must be a reason for Han Fei to suppress his realm. Shimin Linglan took a deep breath. Okay. With a swish, Han Fei disappeared on the spot and had already entered the cabin. Zhao Wuxing and the others had completely forgotten that there were 2 explorers outside the ship and were all guessing. Zhao Wuxing said, I can't imagine it. I thought that General Han would only make a breakthrough when he couldn't suppress his realm anymore. Someone rolled his eyes. He couldn't suppress his realm anymore. General Han's body has begun to dissipate energy. Someone agreed. If it wasn't for Marshal Han's frighteningly strong physique, an ordinary person would have collapsed 10 years ago. EU's body was tense. She felt that this would be very difficult, although she had heard a lot of stories about Han Fei in the past few days. However, no matter how strong a person was, he couldn't cross a whole realm to challenge peak-level explorers, right? Even if he could challenge them, he couldn't fight them all, could he? Someone looked at EU with a smile and said, EU, don't be nervous. Even if General Han can't defeat them, he can at least run away with the captain. This is very meaningful. Someone nodded. Thank you. You've only boarded the Avenger for a few days, and you have to face such a situation. But don't panic. Maybe we can rush into the Storm Strait. Outside the resource warehouse in the cabin, Han Fei sat cross-legged. These years, he really couldn't suppress his energy anymore. Since 5 years ago, he had been practicing the indestructible body to suppress the outburst of energy in his body. This was the main reason why he could tear alien beasts apart with his bare hands. Because now he had broken through the 3rd level of the indestructible body. Not only had he broken through the 3rd level of the indestructible body, but he was also about to reach the 4th level. But at this moment, he also realized the crisis. If there were a few more people with such strength outside the ship, he and Shimin Linglan would probably lose. He held a sun-moon shell in his hand, and with a buzz, a skyrocketing spiritual energy erupted on the Avenger. Because it was blocked by an extremely complicated array, even the peak-level explorers outside were blocked by layers of restrictions. However, the spiritual energy outside was swarming in, and the people on the other side were all shocked. It's just a breakthrough. Why is there such a big movement? Not only spiritual energy, but also terrifying energy burst out in the cabin. Half an hour later, Kacha! A crisp sound came from the cabin. For a moment, everyone looked at the entrance of the cabin. However, the spiritual chi and energy didn't stop. They were still surging like bees. It seemed that the entire Avenger was covered by spiritual energy. 1 hour later, someone said in surprise, "Is General Han still making a breakthrough?" Zhao Wuxing said, "Don't disturb him. We never understand General Han's way of doing things." Crack! Another sound of a barrier breaking. Everyone knew that Han Fei was indeed continuing to make a breakthrough. And very fast. In just half an hour, not only did he stabilize his realm, but he also broke through a small level. Almost another hour later, the people outside were still waiting for reinforcements. After all, the array couldn't be broken for a while. However, there was another click in the cabin. Outside the ship, Zhou Zifu frowned. Is there such a precedent? This person actually broke through 2 levels in a row after breaking through? Is he going to break through all the way to a peak-level law enforcer? The peak-level explorer frowned slightly. Ignore him. As long as he doesn't become an explorer, no matter how he makes a breakthrough, it won't affect the overall situation. Today, the Avenger will be completely destroyed. At this time, maybe because they were close to the so-called storm strait, the waves began to get stronger and the wind was howling. Suddenly, the void was torn apart. With a swoosh, Shimin Linglan flashed to the venerable bone spirit chi cannon, raised her hand, and fired. However, the incoming sword shadow only paused for a moment, and a crack appeared on his palm, but then it returned to normal. Interesting, Brother Feng. It seems that we are not too late. The peak-level explorer nodded slightly. Brother Dongfeng, are you alone? The void was torn again, and 2 more people stepped out. Shimin Linglan's eyes narrowed. Brother Shimin, we were waiting for you. Shimin Linglan gritted her teeth, and her eyes were spitting fire. Shimin Wuqing, Shimin Zhan, Shimin Linglan would never forget this person. Shimin Wuqing was precisely this person, her nominal second ancestor, who had cut off her path to become a proud son of heaven. Besides Shimin Wuqing was her 3rd grandfather, Shimin Zhan. This person loved to fight, but he still wanted to pretend to be scholarly and virtuous. However, he was ruthless and not a good person. Shimin Zhan's eyes narrowed. It seems that it really is you. Shimin Linglan, you actually became an explorer? It seems that you are blessed by providence. Shimin Wuqing's eyes turned cold. Bastard! Shimin Linglan shouted angrily. Go to hell, you old bastard. You stole my spirit meridians and harmed my mother. I will never forgive you for this. Shimin Wuqing smiled lightly. Your mother? Didn't you kill her yourself? Zhao Wuxing and the others knew that Shimin Linglan's real enemy was here. They instantly shouted, Old bastard, stop bullsh *ting. Someone shouted angrily, Old bastard, the Shimin family is immoral. They will be destroyed sooner or later. Shimin Wuqing was a peak-level explorer after all. How could he allow others to humiliate him? Immediately, he struck the Avenger with a single palm. Boom! However, the complex array floated in the air. Shimin Wuqing was surprised that his attack had been blocked. Shimin Wuqing couldn't help but look at the peak stage explorer. Sun Qian, what about this array? Sun Qian smiled faintly. If it could be broken, I wouldn't have asked you guys to come. Shimin Wuqing snorted. Let's attack together. Shimin Linglan said, Zhao Wuxing, you take care of the other bone spirit chi cannon. However, there are 6 explorers here. 3 are peak stage explorers and 3 are advanced explorers. 2 cannons are clearly not enough. The others were useless in this battle. If they were enforcers, they would have already killed their way out. However, at this moment, they could only curse from a ship. They could say anything they wanted anyway. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. A real naval battle was about to unfold. Even though neither side could temporarily injure or defeat the other party, at the very least, it would cause a great commotion, shaking the heavens and earth like the rumbling of thunder. Crack, crack, crack. The array of the Avenger was being broken. 3 peak-level explorers and 3 advanced explorers attacked. Even though Han Fei's array was already very complicated, it still couldn't withstand such a violent bombardment. In only half an hour, half of the misty array on the Avenger was broken. Shimin Wuqing shouted, "Only the last layer is left. This layer is the most complicated. It should have carved the whole ship into a hole. Let's break it together." First, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1135. Crack. The energy and spiritual energy on the surface of Han Fei's body slowly converged. As he slowly opened his eyes, countless images began to be organized in his mind. In an instant, 80% of his divine soul was assembled. Ooh! Han Fei let out a long breath, scanned with his perception, and sighed in his heart. Alas, it seems that when I reach the peak, I will fully recover. Oh, Bottle Gourd, why didn't you block that attack back then? Now it's hard for me to deal with it. Han Fei smiled self-deprecatingly. That's *T, City of You, the City of Justice, the prehistoric soul realm. It seems that history is really complicated. I just didn't expect that I would be in this history. Han Fei sobered up. He felt that there was something wrong with this history. He had inexplicably run into it. In a sense, was he interfering with history? No. Han Fei realized. Perhaps this was a part of history. However, if he was a part of history, was he really Han Fei? In other words, was the Earth real? Han Fei shook his head slightly, got rid of the distracting thoughts, and suddenly stood up. He curled the corner of his mouth. How could he fight this battle? The Avenger was the product of Fu Wang Han's 18 years of hard work. But now it had been destroyed. The last layer of the array could only last for half an hour at most. However, although he was stupid when he was Wang Han, he still had his goals. Now, his understanding of arrays had reached an extremely high level. Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. If he kept studying arrays in this state, sooner or later, he would be able to trap and kill explorers. Outside, the battle was fierce. All of a sudden, EU and the others saw a figure appear beside them out of nowhere. F*CK. Marshal Han? Marshal Han, when did you come out? Shimin Linglan trembled all over. For some reason, she felt that Han Fei was different now. Jia Wuxing shouted, "Marshal Han, why don't you do it? You should be more experienced than me." Han Fei didn't look back and said casually, "No, you can continue." Everyone's body suddenly trembled. Since when did Marshal Han become so straightforward with his words? Outside, Shimin Wuqing sneered and shouted, "Who am I talking about? He's just a high-ranking enforcer." Han Fei smiled and stomped on the ground. With a series of bangs, a series of arrays rose at the same time, stunning everyone. EU and the others were also stunned. Is this an array? I can't even kill people as fast as you, okay? However, the coiled turtle formation was like paper in front of these peak-level explorers. There was no way to block their attacks. Shimin Linglan shouted, "Idiot!" Han Fei turned around and smiled at Shimin Linglan. "I heard you." Shimin Linglan's expression changed. Her eyes were filled with fear. You remember?" Han Fei heaved a sigh. "Almost. However, it did not matter. Keep watch. I'll be back soon." Zhao Wuxing and the others were surprised. "What do you mean? Where are you going?" Shimin Zhan sneered. "A mere high-level law enforcement officer. Where do you want to go?" Han Fei glanced at Shimin Zhan disdainfully. "Where I go is none of your business." Buzz! In an instant, Han Fei had disappeared 1,000 meters away from the Avenger. He activated the Devil Change, the Phantom Glass Wings, the agility of wind, and the Heavenly Oasis Divine Walking Technique. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei disappeared from everyone's sight. John, stop him. He's going to look for help. Although Sun Qian was surprised by Han Fei's speed, she still reminded him rationally. Han Fei was going to the storm strait. It was obvious that he was going to look for help. Shimin Zhan quickly tore the void apart and chased after Han Fei. To be honest, Han Fei didn't even know how fast he was. The agility of Wind's maximum speed had reached a terrifying figure 6 times. The heavenly oasis divine walking technique was extremely fast. Even with the devil change, he could only reach the speed of an intermediate explorer. Besides, he had the phantom glass wings. The two of them seemed to have stepped into the void together. First, 800 kilometers away, Han Fei felt the space fluctuate, and his body twisted and moved 1,000 meters horizontally. When Shimin Zhan came out, he was speechless to find that Han Fei was already dozens of kilometers away. Shimin Zhan was dumbfounded. Are you King kidding me? The speed of an advanced law enforcer is comparable to that of an advanced explorer. The problem was that he needed time to tear the void apart. And this time was enough for Han Fei to fly dozens of kilometers away. Shimin Zhan snorted. Let's see how far you can run. This time, Shimin Lai tried to cross thousands of kilometers and block in front of Han Fei. In fact, he did block in front of Han Fei. However, he appeared and Han Fei disappeared. When he scanned with his perception, he found that Han Fei was rushing somewhere 300 kilometers away from him. How is it possible? Han Fei sneered. So what if you're an explorer? Do you think you can block me without my divination skills? In less than half an hour, Han Fei saw the storm strait. The so-called storm strait must have experienced a great battle here. The heaven-reaching sword mark set off waves of sword chi. Therefore, there was a very strong sword intent here. Besides, there used to be a broken array here. On the sea, there were vortexes one after another. An excellent place for cultivation. Han Fei immediately figured it out. When he saw the seaweed and demon plants here, he knew he had arrived at the right place. Huh! The 100 beasts' soul-suppressing roar burst out. For a moment, Han Fei felt that someone's perception swept over. Han Fei looked back and hurriedly said, "It's me, I'm Wang Han, the Giant King, the Beast King, the Tianqing Venerable, and the Water Fairy are all my teachers. There's a high-level explorer chasing after me, and I need everyone's help." After saying this, Han Fei deliberately slowed down. Sure enough, it only took a minute for Shimin Zhan to arrive. When Shimin Zhan appeared, he found that Han Fei was a kilometer away, looking at him with a smile. Shimin Zhan's pupils constricted and he looked around. It's just some demon plants. Do you think they can save you? Han Fei's body suddenly transformed into a big ape nearly 50 meters tall. As Han Fei stretched out his hand, a big stick appeared in his hand. The ape's low and domineering roar sounded like a demon's voice. Advanced explorers, I don't think I can beat them. But let's try. A giant pillar rose 100 meters into the sky, burning with fire, and suddenly smashed down. Shimin Zhan's face was extremely dark. Is this guy really related to the 100,000 mountains? He was a warlike person and had read some records about the beasts. At this moment, Shimin Zhan said coldly, "Beast! King! Spell?" Shimin Zhan roared, "This place is still far from the 100,000 mountains. We've just entered the storm strait. Who will know if I kill you first?" Swish! 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 Then, he saw many seeds coming out of nowhere. A giant seaweed on the seabed, its big leaves coming out of the water. Bam! 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 The seeds bloomed one after another, blooming purple demonic flowers. The broad leaves formed an array, blocking the air. Moo! Suddenly, Shimin Zhan heard an old bull moo. Chirp! The void was torn apart, and a huge sky survey golden eagle appeared, like a big eagle pouncing on its prey. Why are there so many strong masters? At this moment, Shimin Zhan couldn't run away. The void was smashed by Han Fei's rod, shaking and rolling. At this moment, even if he could tear it apart, he might fall into the void turbulence. Bam! Shimin Zhan smashed the sky with his hammer. After all, he was an advanced explorer. No matter how much Han Fei had improved, It was impossible for him to suppress him in strength. Han Fei's rod was knocked back, but a giant claw scratched 6 red marks in the air, spanning 100 meters. Shimenjan wanted to dodge, but the surroundings had been blocked by demonic plants. Mystifying Dragonhorn. A giant dragon emerged, and the surrounding wind formed a shield, blocking in front of it. You want to play with the wind? Wind Sky Spell. The Sky Survey Golden Eagle flapped its wings, and the wind moved horizontally, turning into a big bird of wind. Tens of thousands of feathers turned into blades covering the ground. Clang, clang, clang. Swish, swish, swish. Shimenjan's blood was burning. He activated a strange technique, and his flesh and blood soared. However, at this moment, a huge mountain seemed to press down. An old bull, whose hooves were as heavy as mountains, directly crushed the space around Shimenjan. Han Fei, who had transformed into a giant ape, suddenly held a big knife in his hand and shouted, "Draw technique." The sky-piercing knife light slashed straight at Shimenjan, who was completely restrained. Shimenjan roared, "The 100,000 mountains, do you want to go to war with the human race?" Han Fei shouted, "Then let's fight." Puff! Han Fei's attack couldn't kill Shimenjan after all. After all, the gap between their realms was too big. Even if he used the Beast King art and improved his strength again and again, it was still not enough. However, although he didn't kill Shimenjan, he still tore a large piece of Shimenjan's flesh. However, the Sky Survey Golden Eagle was different. It directly tore off Shimenjan's 2 arms. At the same time, Shimenjan's wounds turned purple and the poison entered his body. Bam! Bam! Its big hooves smashed Shimenjan's lower body. A large number of demonic plants fluttered and began to devour Shimenjan's flesh. No! Why? Explode? However, before Shimenjan finished shouting, a giant crocodile stuck its head out of the void crack and stared at him. Shimenjan was petrified. Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1136. Welcome to the new Alliance leader, Shuwa 20170403144602892. Let me mention, I've been breaking out recently, so I won't add any updates. I'll continue to break out tomorrow. I have something to do today, so I'll update normally. Han Fei looked at Old Cow and the Sky Survey Golden Eagle apologetically. However, she didn't have time to argue. Seniors, Ling Lan is still being surrounded. Seniors, please lend me a hand. The Sky Surveying Golden Condor said in a cold voice, Wang Han, you are humans to begin with. Why would you fight with the humans to this extent? The old bull said in a low voice, are you really going to start a war with the human race in 100,000 mountains? The danger of the sea race had yet to be resolved. The battle between venerable ones is not meant to cause internal strife among the living beings on the continent. Han Fei said solemnly, Seniors, please trust me. Currently, the human race was being bullied by the great races. Without destruction, there would be no construction. They had to take this opportunity to clean up the hidden dangers. In the future, the human race would become a free race. Without the strong monopolizing the resources, more people would rise. When billions of humans rose, there would definitely be geniuses who could push the combat power of the human race to another peak. That way, they could be better than the sea race. A demon plant shook and said in an ethereal voice, You mean to say that you want the 100,000 mountains to help you rule the human race? Han Fei shook his head. Everyone is equal. There was no distinction between nobility and inferiority. Different experts only had different tasks. Everyone had the opportunity to rise. At that time, the human race will only have one voice, and that is to fight against the invasion of the sea race. The old bull said, I need to inform the Beast King. Anxiety flashed in Han Fei's eyes. It's too late. If we're any slower, Shimen Linglan will be killed. The Sky Surveying Golden Eagle was silent for a few breaths. I'll help you stabilize the situation first. My king, the Giant King, and the fairy are still recovering. Whether to fight or not, the Beast King will decide. In the end, the Sky Survey Golden Eagle glanced at Han Fei. Your spiritual sense has recovered. Hee. Han Fei scratched his head. I've recovered. The Sky Survey Golden Condor tilted its head. You're still as stupid as before. The Avenger could not move, mainly because the enemy was too strong. There was no point in leaving Shimenjan. If 3 high-level explorers continued to bombard the ship, the Avenger's fleet would be able to last for at least 4 hours. However, the difference between peak and advanced was too great. This realm was the realm that ordinary experts could best widen the gap between them. At this moment, the azure tortoiseshell formation was already full of cracks. Shimen Linglan and Zhao Wuxing didn't stop attacking. They could only hold on for a while. Otherwise, if they continued to attack, the time it would take for the ships to shatter would be greatly shortened. Zhao Wuxing. No, Captain, I can't hold on any longer. If General Han doesn't make it back in time, Captain, you go first. I'll bring up the rear. The rest of them already had their weapons in their hands. What's wrong with being a law enforcement officer? Losing without a fight was a great humiliation. They were just waiting for the moment the ship formation broke, and then they would self-destruct to stop the enemy. Someone shouted, Captain, I, old you, have nothing to say. If you can't beat them, you must run. Remember to avenge me and kill your way through you city. Someone grinned and said, Captain, old you is right. It doesn't matter if we die, but you and Marshal Han can't die. The two of you are truly prodigies. We can't do it. We have ambitions, but our foundations are weak. Someone said with a smile, Captain, there's something I've always wanted to say. If we're going to die today, I have to say it. Captain, you're so handsome. I'm so envious of General Han. Haha, F asterisk old Gene, you said what we're thinking. Shimen Linglan shouted angrily, Shut up. He will come back. No one in this world can kill him. Shimen Wuqing sneered. You're counting on that, brat? Shimen Linglan. No matter how fast he is, do you think he can be faster than your third grandpa? Shimen Linglan's expression turned cold. Shut up, old man. If I don't die, the Shimen family will be destroyed. 6 hours had passed since the start of the battle. The Avenger was riddled with holes and was on the verge of collapsing. Right at that moment, more than 10 ships came from afar. Suddenly, Shimen Wuqing sneered. Shimen Linglan, the alliance of the large clans, is here. Don't you want to see how your spirit meridians are used on Lai? Shimen Linglan's eyes turned cold. Shimen Lai was the name she hated in her life. However, Shimen Linglan sneered. It's only been 28 years. Did he become an explorer? Shimen Wuqing laughed as he attacked. You're underestimating a level 8 spirit meridian. Isn't it inevitable for him to become an explorer? However, Lai Er's power isn't something your broken spirit meridian can compare to. Whether it's his foundation or talent, he's better than you. Zhao Wuxing scolded. Old man, our captain is invincible. He can definitely defeat that Shimen Lai one-on-one. Shimen Wuqing snorted coldly. Come and help. Don't get targeted by that cannon. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 6 explorers tore through space. Of course, they weren't that strong. The strongest one was only an intermediate explorer. The rest were beginner explorers. Shimen Linglan's gaze landed on a red-haired young man. Shimen Linglan gritted her teeth. Men, Lai. Shimen Lai was walking in the air. He was dodging the venerable bone spiritual chi cannon. He said slowly, Shimen Linglan, it's you. Shimen Linglan said, it's good that you know it's me. If I don't die this time, I'll definitely kill you. Shimen Lai smiled lightly. The corner of his mouth cracked open. Shimen Linglan, take a look at your current situation first. Also, are you sure you can kill me? Oh, actually, I knew that you left the great desolate village with an idiot. Ha, fool. No matter how despicable your identity is, you shouldn't give yourself to a fool, right? You're ruining the Shimen family's reputation. Gotcha. Suddenly, the ship formation shattered. Zhao Wuxing shouted, Captain Run. Zhao Wuxing decisively gave up on the ancient spirit chi cannon. He wanted to fly into the air to stop the enemy. Although he didn't know how to stop them, he just had to run to the 3 peak explorers and self-destruct. He was an explorer after all. He should be able to do something. right? Zhao Wuxing wasn't the only one who prepared to fly into the air. Everyone on the Avenger prepared to fly into the air too. But in that instant, a terrifying gravitational force came crashing down, pressing them all down. Zhao Wuxing was about to yell to remind Shimin Linglan to run. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in his ear. I told you, I'll be back soon. What are you doing? Are you going to self-destruct? Do you want to die? Han Fei turned his hand, and the law of gravity disappeared. Everyone recovered. Spreading the phantom glass wings, Han Fei stood proudly in the air and looked at Shimin Lai. Sorry, I'm the fool you mentioned. Today, I don't care about other people. You must die. Shimin Lai grinned. Ha, you? Well, senior law enforcer? Ha! Are you kidding me? Shimin Wuqing and the other two suddenly shouted, Retreat! Moo, a voice reverberated through the void, containing an explosive power within it. An old bull walked out of the crack in the void. When he first walked out, his body was only dozens of meters long. However, with every step, his body doubled in size. When he stepped out of the void crack, his huge body of more than 300 meters appeared on the water surface. Chirp, 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 the void crack opened again, and a sky survey golden eagle, a white-headed sea eagle, and a white-eyed wild eagle appeared. Except for the white-headed sea eagle, the other three were all peak-level explorers. Splash! A big crocodile came out of the water, which was hundreds of meters long. Puff! 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 The crocodile trembled all over, and thousands of seeds scattered on the surface of the sea. The void cracks were torn open one after another. A total of 6 explorers from the Sky Clan came. A one-horned rhinoceros stepped over from the void, creating ripples with each step. At that moment, everyone on the Avenger was stunned. Zhao Wuxing opened his mouth wide. Is this the reinforcements that General Han asked for? F*CK. The rough men were all dumbfounded. Isn't this reinforcement a bit too powerful? He was also dumbfounded. At that moment, even she thought she was going to die and was about to self-destruct. She secretly regretted it. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have been so impatient. Who would have thought that? Han Fei came back in such a short time. He didn't escape. In EU's opinion, it was very likely that Han Fei could escape in this situation. Han Fei put on a smile and pretended to be surprised. Oh, right. Is this guy called Shimin Zhan? As he spoke, Han Fei flipped his hand and took out a half-stone golem. Why a half-stone golem? Because Shimin Zhan's lower body was crushed and his arms were torn off. Third Grandpa, Shimin Lai roared. How dare you kill a member of the Shimin family? You're courting death. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Shimin Lai. Are you calling me stupid? I think you're a bit stupid. In the current situation, what's the big deal about killing an explorer from the Shimin family? What's the big deal about slaughtering your Shimin family? Shimin Wuqing roared. What do you mean by the 100,000 mountains? This is an internal affair of the human clan. Someone intends to disturb the peace of the human clan. Do you think the 100,000 mountains can interfere in this matter? The crocodile opened its mouth wide. I think Wang Han is a tough guy. What's wrong with him attacking the human clan? The old bull rumbled. Don't speak from such a high point of view. You can't represent the human clan. The one-horned rhinoceros stepped in the air. I only saw a group of explorers bullying a few children. The Sky Survey Golden Eagle's voice shook. An internal affair of the human clan? Do you know that Wang Han is the first disciple of the 4 venerables of the 100,000 mountains? Even if the venerables of your clan come out and ask him, do you dare to kill him? Hiss. Other than Shimin Linglan, everyone else sucked in a cold breath. Zhao Wuxing and the others stared at Han Fei in shock. The first disciple of the 4 venerables of the 100,000 mountains? Third night? Asking for votes. My liver is dying. I'll continue with the 2-in-1 tomorrow. I have something to do today. End of this chapter. Chapter 1137. Shimin Wuqing felt that he was about to explode. He would never have thought that Shimin Zhan, an advanced explorer, would die in the hands of a high-ranking law enforcer. However, when he heard the first disciple of the 100,000 mountains, he was horrified. What does that mean? The fool Shimin Lai mentioned has such a high status? Shimin Linglan looked at Han Fei with a complicated expression. For some reason, she felt uncomfortable when she saw Han Fei's eloquence. Of course, Han Fei had noticed Shimin Linglan's gaze a long time ago. He had been stared at by this gaze for so many years. To be honest, it was very complicated. He vaguely remembered the scene when Shimin Linglan fought the three venerable ones alone. However, at that time, he felt that Shimin Linglan had an affair with old Han. But now he was upset. What kind of sin had he committed? There was also Jiao Wuxing. According to the scene in his mind, Jiao Wuxing's strength had reached the peak of the explorer level during the moving mountain battle. However, in order to protect everyone, Luo Shan used his weapon as a weapon and fought head-on with a venerable realm expert. At this time, Han Fei really wanted to say, "What a F*** king man." Han Fei turned around and gave Shimin Linglan a calm smile. Then he turned around and his face suddenly changed. "Today, Shimin Lai must die. Seniors, please help me seal the void. I don't want to let any of these people go." As soon as Han Fei said this, all the explorers present changed their expressions. Someone shouted, Even if you're the first disciple of the four venerable ones, do you know what you're doing? We don't have many strong masters. If you make the 100,000 mountains fight against us, who will defend the city?" Han Fei suddenly pointed and shouted, "If you say another word, I'll kill you first. Besides, I'm not that guy. My name is Wang Han, General Han of the Avenger. Also, my name is not that person. My name is Wang Han, Commander Han of the Avenger. Even if you all die, the human race won't." Han Fei looked around at everyone. "I have 500 years. You've underestimated the survivability of humans too much, and you've taken yourselves too seriously. A bunch of explorers clamoring to resist the Sea Tribe. Do you think you're qualified?" Shimin Linglan stared blankly at Han Fei, who was yelling at a group of explorers domineeringly. Is this what he really looks like? However, in the eyes of Jiao Wuxing and the others, Han Fei's performance made their blood boil. Look, what does it mean to be strong? Look, what is called domineering? Marshal Han was a high-level enforcer. Regardless of whether he relied on the 100,000 mountains or not, he was still a first-class tyrant. However, Old Bull buzzed, "Wang Han, before the king arrives, we can seal their path of retreat, but we won't attack." Han Fei smiled. "Thank you, senior. I'll kill Shimin Lai, one-on-one." Han Fei twisted his head and pointed at Shimin Lai. "I'll give you a chance. I heard that you stole Ling Lan's spirit vein. I heard that you think a level 8 spirit vein is very strong. Very well, I'll give you a chance. If you beat me, you can leave." Shimin Lai's eyes lit up. Just now he was really frightened. He had never expected that Han Fei's background would be so powerful. However, as a senior law enforcer, you want to fight me one-on-one? If I lose, I'll be an explorer for nothing. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a shout interrupted the two of them. Shimin Linglan stepped into the air and stood beside Han Fei. "Let me do it." Han Fei frowned slightly. However, thinking of Shimin Linglan's future, he nodded slightly. "Okay, be careful. In a battle, Han Fei would never break his hand. Not to mention that Shimin Linglan wouldn't lose. Even if Shimin Linglan lost, he would still kill Shimin Lai. After being a fool for 28 years, he finally woke up. With the 100,000 mountains behind him and the four supremes as his masters, he couldn't be arrogant? Han Fei pointed at Shimin Wuxing. "Old fart. Let Ling Lan send your precious grandson to the afterlife first. Just wait a little longer." "How dare you?" Shimin Wuxing shouted. "Wang Han, even if we fight today, do you think the 100,000 mountains will win? There are 12 explorers on the human side. Why are you so confident?" The one-horned rhinoceros hummed. "The elephant chief is on the way. The stupid tiger should be here soon. Old bear should be here soon. Are 3 peak-level explorers enough? If not, Ape 3 and Amp should also be here. They are also peak-level explorers. You're a human. Do you want to call some people over?" Han Fei remembered that Ape 3 was one of the apes who watched him being dragged away with a smile every day in the Beast King Valley. Except for Ape 3, all the other apes were peak-level explorers. Maybe it was just that Ape 3 was closer. And Ant Bai was the name of the 6-tailed white fox. She was a ruthless person. When he sneaked up on her with a colorful tiger, the two of them were beaten so badly that they ran away. Shimin Wuqing's face turned black. How could the four disciples of the four supremes be so powerful? How many strong masters did the 100,000 mountains send out? Different from the 100,000 mountains, Shimin Wuqing didn't inform anyone else at all, because they wanted to divide the resources of the Avenger. After all, the Avenger had robbed for 7 days in a row, so there must be a lot of resources on board. In the end, he even included himself in this kind of scheme. The human vanguard ship had already begun to retreat. Everyone on the ship panicked. Damn it, they all knew that they were here to capture people, not to be beaten up. Suddenly, the crocodile said, "Should we seize that ship?" Han Fei smiled faintly. "This ship is not bad. I like it. Don't talk about how I treat the human race. They can go, but the ship must stay. Those who deserve to be punished will be punished sooner or later. Now, it's not a big deal for a few small fish to escape. The big fish can't leave." On the Avenger, someone immediately shouted, "That's right. They beat our ship like this. Leave the ship." Someone shouted, "How can one ship be enough? We need 2 of these 1,000-meter-long ships." Zhao Wuxing shouted, "Useless. 2 ships are not enough. We lost 5 ships before. We need to return 10. Someone echoed, "Yes, old Jia is right. We need 10 ships." Han Fei grinned, and his voice echoed in the void. "Did you hear that? You can go now. Go back and tell your families to prepare 10 such ships. Forget it. I won't take advantage of you. Leave this ship and prepare another 10 300-meter-long ships. After all, if I rob them myself, things will be different." Han Fei agreed with Zhao Wuxing and the others very much. The reason why he left this ship was that he remembered the real Avenger. It was a 1,000-meter-long ship engraved with dense arrays. With his current attainments in arrays, it should be possible. However, engraving 10 ships at once? It was a bit difficult. Therefore, it was better to have smaller ships. After all, the Avenger only had about 20 people in total. Why did it need so many ships? Immediately, those people's faces turned green. Should I give them to them? Swish, swish, swish. Someone had already fled. Should I give them to them or not? I have to take this opportunity to go back and report. Or, there must be other explorers on the way to the Storm Strait. I have to call for reinforcements. However, before they ran far, Han Fei's voice rang leisurely. "You can call for reinforcements, but remember to bring the ships. I will remember this debt." Han Fei kicked off the show. Before he finished, he glanced at the old crew members on the Avenger. Han Fei asked, "Who has a grudge against you here?" Hearing Han Fei's question, someone immediately shouted, "Marshal Han, that guy's called Li Jiao. He is a junior explorer, right? That's the guy who King killed my 2 brothers and even wanted to kill me along the way. At that time, he was still a peak-level law enforcer." "Yes, Marshal Han, the one in green. This guy is extremely brutal. Just because he comes from a big clan, he specializes in robbing the resources of law enforcers. My brother was intercepted and killed by him. Yes, Marshal Han." Han Fei waved his hand. "You can't beat those who are too strong. Just say that there are problems here." Then Han Fei glanced around. "You heard that. As a strong man, you can't compete with the weak for resources and sacrifice your comrades. Why do you want such a strong man? Each of you junior explorers counts as one. I'll give you a chance. If you beat me, you can go." When Han Fei spoke, he couldn't help glancing at the void. And the Beast King, who was hiding, couldn't help but touch his chin. What does this kid mean? Has he discovered me? No way. He was a dignified half-monarch existence. How could he have been discovered by him? The Beast King muttered to himself, but he didn't take it seriously. For now, this kid was quite arrogant after waking up. However, this was in line with the style of the beast, so he especially despised those big clans. Not only him, but also the Giant King and the Water Immortal. Therefore, in the past, when they had to negotiate with the strong human beings, it was usually the Heavenly Crystal. Because the Heavenly Crystal was fast, those big clans didn't have the ability to trick it. Secondly, the Heavenly Crystal had a straight face and was easier to communicate within them. On the human side, Dong Fangqi said frankly, "Wang Han, what do you want?" Someone softened a little and said, "Can we talk now?" Han Fei sneered. "Can we talk now? Sorry, I don't want to talk. As for what I want, it depends on her." Han Fei glanced at Shimin Linglan with a smile. She said that she wants to overthrow the rule of the big human clans. She said that she wants everyone in Yu City to become free people. She said that the Avenger will uphold human justice and that all people should be united to fight against foreign enemies. Han Fei looked at Shimin Linglan again and smiled softly. "Am I right?" Shimin Linglan nodded repeatedly. Han Fei had woken up. Listen to him. Han Fei turned his head and shrugged. "I think she's right. So, I want there to be no big clans in Yu City. Is that clear enough?" Yu boarded the Avenger in a daze. She thought she was going to die. She watched dumbfoundedly as the silly General Han became the first disciple of the four venerable masters. In the end, he watched in a daze as Han Fei was bossy and domineering. As for Jiao Wuxing and the others, their bodies had already begun to tremble with excitement. Their hearts were surging. It was indeed General Han. So bold, so King bold. Only Marshal Han could say something like that. The Beast King, who was eavesdropping, scratched his butt and nodded slightly. 500 years, although not long. The war couldn't be launched overnight. He knew that there were many big clans in Yu City. If the resources of those big clans were exhausted, human beings might really usher in an era of comprehensive rise. More importantly, he believed that Han Fei's choice was definitely a choice made by the times. If it was against the development of the times, Han Fei would definitely not do this. Thinking of this, the Beast King continued to watch the show. Roar! Suddenly, the void trembled, and a brightly colored tiger jumped out of the void crack. As soon as he came out, he roared wildly, his roar shaking the sky. "Which idiot dares to touch my half-disciple? I'll swallow him in one bite." The one-horned bull buzzed. "Stupid tiger, don't flatter yourself. If the king hears this, he will beat you up when we get back." The tiger roared. "The king doesn't have time to care about this." "Ha! Wang Han, I heard that your spiritual sense has awakened. Do you still recognize me?" Han Fei scratched his head. "This is the shame of my life. I've never succeeded in sneak attacks with this guy." However, on the surface, Han Fei still grinned and said, "Lord Tiger, long time no see." The colorful tiger jumped over, put its big head next to Han Fei, and roared, "Long time no see? I went to the sea to kill a few enemies, and the time passed. I finally took a nap. When I heard that you were beaten, I roared and came." "Stupid tiger, you talk too much." The void was torn again, and Aunt Bai walked over with graceful steps. She glanced at Wang Han and said, "Well, you become a lot stronger." Roar! The void was torn again, and Yuan Sen jumped out with a big stick. He said with a smile, "Wang Han, you haven't returned to the Beast King Valley for a long time." "Oh, Linglan is already an intermediate explorer? That's quite fast." Shimin Linglan greeted Yuan San respectfully because she had never left the Beast King Valley. Therefore, she was not familiar with the tiger and Aunt Bai. She was familiar with the demon plants, but she didn't know the one that came. The swallow-tailed kite didn't come, and the war giant was slow, so she didn't see him. So, when she saw Yuan San, Shimin Linglan greeted him respectfully. On the other hand, the faces of Shimin Wuqing and the others turned even greener. What should they do? The fight hasn't even started, and the strong ones are coming one after another. In the blink of an eye, the strong ones from the 100,000 mountains were enough to crush them on the sea. Han Fei said, "Seniors, Linglan and I will deal with the matter in front of us first." Then, he continued, "Shimin Lai, let's fight now. Also, does anyone want to challenge me? You can leave if you win. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Maybe I'll change my mind later." Roar! The tiger roared. "Did you hear that? If you want to fight, hurry up." Aunt Bai poked Tiger King's head. "You have a loud voice. Shut up and let Wang Han deal with it himself." Shimin Linglan held the two knives in her hands. "Shimin Lai, I'll take back what you took from me." Shimin Lai knew that if he didn't fight, he probably wouldn't be able to leave today. He narrowed his eyes. "Okay, then let's fight." Shimin Linglan, cultivation is always about the survival of the fittest. If I have another chance, I will still do the same thing. I'll show you what a level 8 spiritual heritage looks like. Empi said lightly, Girl, do it yourself? Han Fei nodded slightly. This is her path. She will definitely win. In the past 18 years, the two of them had experienced so many things on the sea. It was definitely a legend. They had encountered the place where the Venerable died 3 times, and Shimin Linglan, and he had survived. How could a pampered Shimin Lai be a match for them? Captain, kill him. Captain, chop this pretty boy to death. Captain, chop him into pieces. Shimin Lai held a long sword in his hand. Behind him, a 7-headed python appeared. However, as soon as the giant python appeared, it merged with Shimin Lai. The old bull said, The 7-demised python hasn't grown up yet. The 2 knives in Shimin Linglan's hands hovered. Shimin Lai, is this why you're so confident? Shimin Lai's face was livid. Time was too short. His spiritual beast and contractual spiritual beast hadn't grown up yet. However, they could still increase his strength. Therefore, he was possessed by a sailfish and an 8-tailed golden carp. He seemed to know that he was facing a difficult battle. It was a matter of life and death. He didn't have an advantage in terms of realm. He was at the beginner level, while Shimin Linglan had reached the peak of the beginner level. Since he couldn't close the gap in realm, he could only rely on secret methods. At the level of an explorer, the effect of secret methods was extremely weak. Flames burned, and Shimin Lai's strength soared, more than doubling. Shimin Linglan stepped in the air, with an ink-like black mist behind her. In the black mist, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared. Shimin Linglan said coldly, You can take my spiritual heritage, but you can't take my spiritual beast. Its name is the Sea Cover Flag. Han Fei had seen the Sea Cover Flag more than once. This was indeed a living being, but it was a fog-shaped living being. Han Fei had never seen such a weird creature before. It could be said that if Shimin Linglan's spiritual heritage hadn't been taken, she would definitely be a heavenly talent. The Sea Cover Flag was as powerful as the purple sand eel, but it was even weirder. It would wrap up creatures and devour them, including their flesh, blood, and souls. Fuse. Unlike Shimin Lai, Shimin Linglan had experienced 10 times more battles than Shimin Lai. The Sea Cover Flag had been growing. Especially after going out to sea, there was an endless supply of spirit awakening fluid. Therefore, after fusing with the Sea Cover Flag, Shimin Linglan directly became an intermediate explorer. Swish! Shimin Linglan's figure disappeared. At that moment, Shimin Lai's eyes narrowed. So fast. Shimin Lai didn't know that Shimin Linglan had also learned the Heavenly Void Divine Walking Technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so confident at the beginning. 7 Kill Seal. 7 mystic lights formed an array in midair. Seal. A gray mist swept towards Shimin Linglan. However, endless black mist poured out, swallowing the gray mist like Lurin Kuang's big mouth. Trap. The yellow mist surrounded Shimin Linglan, trying to tie her up when she swallowed the gray mist. However, Shimin Linglan's machete spun rapidly like a saw, with black and white on it. This was the supreme yin-yang wheel, or the little yin-yang wheel, that Han Fei had used before, which had taken him out of danger several times. Shimin Linglan was used to learning from Han Fei. Even if she didn't have any Tao, she still had some charm. The trap array was broken in an instant. Kill. Like a waterfall, the swords rushed towards Shimin Linglan. However, what made Shimin Lai speechless was that there was an old turtle lying on Shimin Linglan's body. It was an array? Damn it. How could it be an array? There was a burst of laughter on the Avenger. Zhao Wuxing laughed. Captain is with General Han every day. Even I know a few arrays. How can Captain not know? At the level of an explorer, although they couldn't do whatever they wanted like spirit gatherers, they could still control spiritual energy easily. However, after observing for decades, it was still very easy for them to control spiritual energy. With the yin-yang wheel and the coiled turtle array, Shimin Linglan broke another seal. Shield. When he saw the shield, the corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. If the shield could work, wouldn't Armorist be invincible? The black and white yin-yang wheel turned crimson in an instant. While the yin-yang wheel cut the shield, Shimin Linglan held the two machetes in her hands and was surrounded by black mist. Shimin Lai felt that his energy and spiritual energy were disappearing, and the powerful effect of his level 8 spiritual heritage was reduced by half. Puchi. The two machetes directly turned into weapons, piercing through Shimin Lai's battle suit and coming out of his body. The swords in Shimin Lai's hands turned into thousands of swords, trying to cut Shimin Linglan into pieces. However, the latter turned into mist and seemed to pass through his body. In the next second, Shimin Linglan appeared behind Shimin Lai, holding the two machetes in her hands again. Shimin Linglan said, "My machetes are my techniques." With only one slash, Shimin Lai was seriously injured, and a large amount of black mist spewed out of his body. The next moment, the black mist seemed to envelop Shimin Lai, and his flesh and blood were withering. Shimin Wuqing shouted, "Shimin Linglan, he's your brother." Shimin Linglan's eyes were cold. Her hands flashed in the air, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of machetes slashed into the black mist. In a moment, a crystal white bone fell from the sky. The sea cover flag swallowed flesh and blood, and it also ate souls. Shimin Linglan turned her head slightly and looked at Shimin Wuqing. "How can you say that? You stole my spiritual heritage and forced my mother to death. Do you expect me to acknowledge you? Or this brother?" Shimin Wuqing was shocked. Shimin Linglan's real combat power surprised him. How could she be so strong? She couldn't even defeat one of the 7 ultimate restrictions? Were those machetes law enforcement abilities? How could they ignore defenses in a small area? And the ability to turn into black mist, the black and white wheels, and the technique of instantly condensing arrays. But no matter what Shimin Wuqing thought, Shimin Lai was dead. In fact, from the beginning to the end, Shimin Linglan only used one slash. The thousands of slashes were just to vent her anger. The cries of the Avengers could be heard. "Congratulations, Captain! Congratulations, Captain!" Han Fei came to Shimin Linglan's side, reached out, and touched her head. Looking at the black mist, he frowned slightly and comforted her softly. People have to embrace the light. Even if you're in darkness, you have to be your own light. Shimin Linglan was silent for a moment and hugged Han Fei gently. "You're my light." First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1138. Shimin Linglan's strength was obviously beyond everyone's imagination. It could be described with one word: heterogeneous. Although it was mixed, it was still very strong. It wasn't Shimin Linglan's fault. Han Fei had shown too much heterogeneous power over the years, which made Shimin Linglan's power mixed up. Han Fei said casually, "Is there anyone else who wants to fight? If you want to fight, do it early. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to fight again." Shimin Wuqing said to him telepathically, "Li Jiao, your physique is the strongest among the junior explorers. No matter how powerful Wang Han is, you should be able to defeat him. If you win, go back and ask the Venerable to come out." The explorer named Li Jiao's face changed slightly. "Theoretically, yes, but this kid is too strange. If he wasn't strong enough, how could he jump out and fight a life-and-death battle? Although it was almost impossible for an advanced explorer to kill an explorer, how could such a character be judged by common sense?" "Li Jiao, just shut up. Who cares? I'm not going." Although Han Fei was speaking ruthlessly, if everyone here really died today, the big clans of U City would definitely not let it go. He was still thinking about it. The tiger roared, "Humans, you're so boring. Do you think I can't hear you? You white-haired old guy. You tricked me into fighting Wang Han. Let this tiger take a shot with you. Roar." Aunt Bai pulled the tiger's ear and said, "Wait for the king." The next moment, the human experts were all stunned. What did she mean? Wait for the Beast King? Although they had never seen the Beast King, they heard that he had a bad temper. Besides, the Beast King was the strongest of the 4 venerables in the 100,000 mountains. In the Battle of the Venerables, the Beast King had killed 2 venerables. At this moment, the humans were all shocked. Dongfang Qi roared, "Run." In an instant, boundless gravity pressed down. The old bull mooed. The crocodile flicked its tail, and the ape attacked horizontally. The tiger roared and clapped its claws. "You can still run." Aunt Bai chuckled. 6 paths of demon seal. 6 heavenly pillars descended and sealed off this space. Dongfang Qi had just torn open half of the space, but it was closed immediately. Ant Bai said arrogantly, "No one is allowed to leave before the king arrives." Dongfang Qi glared at him. "Is your 100,000 mountains going to let this Wang Han do as he pleases? Do you know how many experts would have to die to overthrow the rule of the great clans?" Ant Bai said lazily, "I told you to wait for the king. I don't care how many human experts die. In any case, if I say no one is allowed to leave, then no one is allowed to leave." Roar. "That's right. I haven't even fought yet. Whoever wants to leave, fight with this tiger first. Let this tiger flatten you before leaving." The giant rampage bear's voice rang out. "If you flatten him, how is he going to leave?" The rampage bear appeared out of thin air. "Am I too late?" The tiger buzzed. "Nonsense, we've already fought." Little Wang Han shouted, but no one dared to hit him. The rampage bear glanced to Han Fei. "Hey, aren't you just an advanced law enforcer? No one dares to accept the challenge?" Big Crocodile opened his mouth. "After all, he is the king's disciple. How they dare to fight him?" The rampage bear roared. "Then take the initiative to fight." Ant Bai looked back at the rampage bear. "Han Fei, shut up." Han Fei looked at the sky. "I'll wait for half an hour. If Master doesn't come, please help me kill these people." Han Fei's words were obviously a bit casual. He knew that the Beast King was here. However, the Beast King didn't come out because he was waiting for someone. As for who, even a fool would know that it was a human venerable. Ant Bai frowned. "Little Wang Han, you can't decide this." The sky-surveying golden condor said, "Wang Han, after you awakened your spiritual sense, you've become very murderous." Han Fei cupped his hands and smiled. "Don't worry, seniors. Master will know why I'm doing this. They won't object. None of them will. Otherwise, I'll take responsibility for this alone. I can afford it." Han Fei smiled and spoke unhurriedly, as if he had a card up his sleeve. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that he wasn't strong enough, he would have defeated all of them by himself. As for what effect it would have, City of You would be a city of justice in the future. In any case, City of You would be purged. That was the general trend. Also, what Han Fei was thinking was, did all the big clans die? Or did they all run away? Otherwise, as long as they had venerable realm experts, they couldn't have died. Han Fei's brain was working fast. The Beast King was waiting for the human venerables. If they fought, it would be a real war. Therefore, they probably had to negotiate. Since they had to negotiate, they couldn't destroy these big clans in a short time. Then, he could only get the biggest bargaining chip in the negotiation so that the big clans would have to give him what he wanted. Suddenly, Han Fei said, "Seniors, it's okay if you don't kill them, but help me cripple them and capture them first." Everyone. Shimin Wuqing was dumbfounded. "Damn it. You said you would wait for half an hour? You changed your mind too fast." In less than 5 minutes, Ant Bai was puzzled. "Little Wang Han, you have to know the importance of your decision." Han Fei nodded. "Beat them first. I've already crippled them and captured them. I know what I'm doing very well. I'll have to trouble you, seniors." Han Fei calmly changed the way he addressed them from seniors to seniors. Once he played the favor card, you would defeat them first. These are all bargaining chips. The Sky Survey Golden Eagle was about to say something, but Ape Sin took the lead and roared, "Beat them first." Look, the tiger couldn't hold back anymore. His body swelled, his mouth spewed light waves, and his giant paw slapped. Roar, the furious giant bear, also attacked. They were all ferocious beasts. How could they run so far away without fighting? Following the 3 leaders, Big Crocodile, Old Bull, One-Horned Bull, Ant Bai, and the Sky Survey Golden Eagle all attacked. It couldn't be helped. From the moment they attacked, there was no turning back. "Let's fight." Immediately, Shimin Wuqing and the others all changed their expressions. "Damn it, are these people from the 100,000 Mountains brainless?" "Fight as you wish." A group of peak-level explorers listened to a senior law enforcer. Shimin Linglan tugged at Han Fei's sleeve. "Did you cross the line?" Han Fei gave her a comforting smile. "It's okay. We've already fought. Let's take them down first." Zhao Wuxing and the others felt that the blood in their bodies was about to explode. Han Fei was so King handsome. The three junior explorers on the human side all shouted, "Wang Han, I want to duel with you." Han Fei picked his ears and said, "CKU. I gave you a chance just now, but no one came. Now you want to fight? Well, you have to ask me if I want to or not." The three of them were all stunned. They were just junior explorers. How could those peak-level explorers fight them with a few slaps? Han Fei's eyes flickered. It was not that he was scared, but that he was fighting for time. He had to take them all down before the human venerables arrived. In an instant, the periphery of the storm strait exploded. The world was rumbling, the waves were shocking, and in the void fragments, giant beasts were slapping all over the sky. Shimin Wuqing had just exchanged dozens of blows with the tiger when he was slapped away by a bear paw. The Tiger King roared, "Fool, he's mine." The violent Bear King hummed, "Oh, I didn't pay attention. I hit the wrong person." Dongfang Qi and Old Bull fought hard. But soon, the crocodile glared at them, and their feet were quickly petrified and shattered. Sun Qian was the most miserable. She was hit by two big eagles. She couldn't catch up with them in terms of speed or physique. Her weapons were no match for their sharp claws. Myriad Feather Xiantian killed him until he was drenched in blood. The one-horned rhinoceros was charging forward. One of Zhao Pai's thighs was smashed off, and his body was blasted into the bottom of the sea like a missile. Han Fei didn't take action. In terms of strength, the 100,000 Mountains had a complete victory. In terms of quantity, the 100,000 Mountains had a complete victory. It was almost 2 against 1. How could it not be a complete victory? However, after 100 seconds, this group of human powerhouses had been bombarded all over, which was too horrible to look at. For example, Shimin Wuqing's stomach was pierced by someone. Maybe he didn't pay attention and made a big hole. Han Fei had already returned to the Avenger with Shimin Linglan. At this time, hundreds of arrays rose. After all, they had to protect their own people first. After another few minutes, a voice suddenly echoed in the air. "Okay, stop here. Shimin Linglan, you want revenge. Lie. And Shimin Zhan are both dead. Do you want the Shimin family to die?" Shimin Linglan's face changed drastically. "It's Shimin Tian, the Venerable." Han Fei's face changed slightly, but he said, "Regardless, seniors, keep fighting. Finish the battle quickly and bring them back. Master, help me stop that Venerable. Today, I'm going to take care of them." "Nonsense." Shimin Tian's voice echoed again, but Han Fei grinned. "I don't care whether you're a Venerable or not. I'm going to take care of these people today." "Huh? Boy, do you really know I am here?" The Beast King's voice was muffled like thunder. He was a little surprised, but he didn't take it seriously. The Beast King roared, "Hey, did you hear what my disciple said? These people are mine." Someone stepped out of the space crack. "Beast King, it's not good for the 100,000 Mountains to let the juniors do this, right?" Thud. The Beast King's big stick was 100 meters high. Standing on the stick, the Beast King laughed. "What's wrong with it? The 4 venerables of the 100,000 Mountains have never accepted a disciple. It's not easy for us to accept one. What's wrong with messing around? Is it a bother to you?" The tiger roared. "So, the Beast King has been here all this time. Roar, come here." The tiger bit off Shimin Wuqing's legs and pressed its big claws on Shimin Wuqing's head, almost deforming his head. It let out a muffled roar, looking ferocious. Shimin Tian arrived first, and then another venerable arrived. The two of them watched as the explorers of the big clans were snatched away. There was nothing they could do, not to mention the fact that both of them were injured at the moment. This time, they came out of seclusion just to save people. Besides, even if they were not injured, the two of them together couldn't defeat the Beast King. This guy killed 2 venerables in a row and was known as a half-king. Who dared to fight with him? Shimin Tian looked at Shimin Linglan again. He had no choice but to look for Shimin Linglan now. Shimin Tian said, "Little Linglan, the Shimin family can compensate you. But how are you going to deal with the invasion of the sea race in the future?" Shimin Linglan's mind was in a mess. It seemed to have exceeded her expectations. She didn't expect it to be so serious at the beginning. Han Fei sneered. "Little Linglan, Who are you? She listens to me now. I'm the one who wants to fight this battle. You should understand the situation first. The Beast King didn't speak. He seemed to be saying, you can deal with the trouble you caused. I'll help you. Shimon Tion looked at him. Wang Han, right? I basically understood the cause and effect. You can tell me what you want, but so many strong cultivators of your city have died. The human race is in trouble. If you only know how to take revenge, you can kill them today. Han Fei sneered. Don't try to pressure me with righteousness. Just a few people died and the human race is in trouble. Even if you die, the human race will still be fine. Let me tell you, I don't buy it. Zhao Wuxing's people and the strong cultivators of the 100,000 Mountains were all looking at Han Fei. Even Tiger and the others were speechless. The Venerables are here. Why are you still so arrogant? Just be arrogant for a while. Zhao Wuxing and the others had already begun to swallow crazily. Although Marshal Han was very fierce to challenge the venerable one in front of him and look so valiant and high-spirited. How daring did he have to be? At this moment, they didn't even dare to send a voice transmission. They all remained silent. After all, they were all big shots. Couldn't they hear what they said? Just that faintly discernible pressure alone was enough to make them suffer. Another venerable said, Then what do you want? Han Fei smiled. You should know what I'm thinking. Our original goal was to overthrow the big clans and let everyone in your city be free and share resources. Umph! Shimon Tion snorted. Boy, even if you have the 100,000 Mountains as your backer, do you think you can completely suppress your city? It's true that the Beast King is strong, but if we really fight, there will be casualties. The Beast King suddenly said, We can't fight. Now you are all seriously injured and haven't recovered. If we really fight, I can call the Divine Sun to kill you. As for the price? I have my own considerations. As soon as the Beast King said this, Han Fei wanted to give him a thumbs up and praise him for being so bold. Han Fei grinned and said, Did you hear that? If we fight, you will still lose. But, since I'm also a human, I will consider the consequences. Han Fei immediately looked at the Beast King and said, Master, I will call all the people of the big clans who can make decisions here. Can you hold the fort? The corner of the Beast King's mouth twitched. How many people do you want to call? However, I am a half-king. How can I not be able to hold the fort? The Beast King nodded slightly and waved his big hand. Divine Sun, you should have heard that, right? Call all the people here. Hold the fort. Okay. The response from the other side was straightforward, and his voice was quite gentle. Han Fei grinned and said, Okay, Shimon Tion, call more people. You can't represent your city. Summon all the leaders and family heads of those big clans that have a say in the matter. The Beast King said, They're all here. They'll be here soon. Han Fei curled his lips. He knew that those big clans wouldn't admit defeat easily. Now it was time to fight. Besides, the venerables who had come before were also worried that their side was too weak. If they really fought, it was very likely that they would be in danger of dying. Therefore, they didn't stop the other venerables from coming. The more venerables came, the safer they would be. Therefore, of course, they would fool as many as they could. However, a mere 2 hours later, on Han Fei's side, explorers came one after another. There were as many as 100 of them, and Zhao Wuxing and the others almost knelt down. In fact, Zhao Wuxing and the others were fine. They were used to fighting in the outer sea and were used to being domineering, but Yu, who had just arrived, was panicking. She was just an intermediate law enforcer. She had never seen such a scene before. When she came to the Avenger, she didn't expect that the Avenger would be so powerful. In the past, she couldn't even see experts, even if she wanted to. They kept popping out left and right until she was numb to them. When the humans came again, there was only one venerable 12 peak-level explorers and more than 30 advanced explorers. As for the junior explorers, they were ignored. As soon as they appeared and saw the lineup of the 100,000 Mountains, they were a little horrified. Why did the King Avenger cause such a big scene? Was the human race going to fight the 100,000 Mountains again after the battle with the Sea Clan? However, soon they understood the cause and effect, and their faces changed as they looked at Han Fei. Han Fei grinned and said, What? Is everyone here? Is there anyone who hasn't arrived yet? Shimin Tian said, "Everyone is here. Wang Han, what are your conditions? You can tell me now." Han Fei paced around and tilted his head with a smile. "Okay, listen carefully. First, I want half of the resources of the big clans." Nonsense. Impossible. Wishful thinking. Can you swallow it? Gulp. Even the Beast King twitched the corner of his mouth. This kid is really asking for too much. Even the tigers looked at Han Fei in shock. They thought that Lord Tiger was already crazy enough. They didn't expect that there would be someone even crazier than them. Zhao Wuxing and the others almost fell to the deck. They wondered how many resources the big clans would give them if they really gave them half of the resources. Han Fei clicked his tongue and said, "What? You can't even reach an agreement with the first condition?" Shimin Tian's eyes were cold. "We dare to give them to you. Can you swallow these resources?" Han Fei sneered. "I can't, but City of You can. These resources will be used to overthrow the current ruling style of City of You and help human beings grow quickly. Listen to my second condition first, and then you can talk to me." Under the furious gazes of countless people, Han Fei said leisurely, "From today on, City of You will have a city lord. He will control and mobilize these resources. In short, no matter how you use them, they will be better than keeping them in your own treasure house." "Impossible. Nonsense. You're just a kid. What do you know?" Han Fei suddenly stretched out his hand and scolded, "Shut up, all of you. You. Han Fei pointed at one of them and said, "Even the Venerable didn't say anything." "You? Who are you?" The man was a peak-level explorer. How could he tolerate Han Fei pointing at his nose and scolding him? Since it was a negotiation, he wasn't afraid of the Beast King. He snorted coldly. "I'm Zhou Fukong, the leader of the Zhou family of City of You. City of You is so big, and you want to be the city lord? What do you think this is? Are you playing house?" Han Fei suddenly looked at Zhou Zifu, who was pressed to the ground. This guy's surname is also Zhou. What a coincidence. Han Fei's snowmorn suddenly appeared, and he disappeared. His strength soared to the highest level, and he only needed to use the Beast King art. At this moment, he slashed Zhou Zifu's neck with the drawing technique. Crack! Facing Zhou Zifu, who had lost the ability to fight, Han Fei's slash could naturally make a big cut on his neck. "Wang Han, what are you doing?" Han Fei suddenly raised his head and grinned hideously. The infinity water appeared in his hand and sank into Zhou Zifu's flesh. As Han Fei stretched out his hand, the array under his feet stomped. Bam! Zhou Zifu was already disabled, heavily injured. He had just cried out, "Help me," when he exploded. To be precise, he didn't explode. Han Fei had underestimated the physique of an advanced explorer. Most of his body was destroyed and riddled with holes, but he could barely say that he still looked human. However, it was impossible for him to survive. Han Fei waved his hand, and the infinity water gathered. Zhou Fukong roared, "Wang Han, are you negotiating?" Under Zhou Fukong's furious gaze, Han Fei said leisurely, "Next time, be careful when you talk to me, especially when you have a captive in my hands. I've always been amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. Now, can you listen to me?" The three human venerables looked at Han Fei and narrowed their eyes. This kid was so cruel. Shimin Linglan looked at Han Fei. This idiot who has recovered his spiritual sense is so domineering. Zhao Wuxing and the others swallowed their saliva and cursed under their breath. They were dumbfounded. The furious giant bear scratched his butt. "What's going on? Why did you kill him just like that?" A venerable said, "Wang Han, you've crossed the line." Han Fei said provocatively, "Which family do you represent?" The venerable's pupils constricted. "You want to kill my family?" However, he felt that Han Fei was a lunatic. So, he snorted and didn't speak. Han Fei shrugged and said, "The human race only sent 3 venerables, which means that the current human race is not strong. What can 3 venerables do? Fight the Sea Clan? Bullsh asterisk T will definitely lose. The Battle of the Venerables has just ended, and the human race still has 500 years left. We don't need the 3 of you. I'm already giving you face by asking for half of your resources. If it weren't for the fact that it would involve too much, I really want to destroy you and start all over again. There may not be a few venerables in 500 years, but a group of explorers is inevitable. Han Fei raises hands high, whether it's the 100,000 mountains or the human race. When the nest is overturned, how can there be intact eggs? There are many strong masters in the 100,000 mountains, but the human race has never relied on strong masters to win a war. The human race relies on their tenacity. In order to survive, the world can be united. However, in today's City, the big clans plunder resources, and the ordinary people don't even have a chance to eat the leftovers. Do you want to save the human race or destroy the human race? Okay. The Beast King clapped his hands and roared. Did you see that? My disciple is right. Hearing the Beast King's words, the Tiger King and the others all shouted back. The Tiger King said, "Look, this is the determination of a tiger. You're not inferior to me." Embai said, "You're right. Right now, City is in a mess." The skies survey Golden Condor. Cough, cough. Han Fei cleared his throat and his face suddenly darkened. So, I'm going to fight for the next 500 years. I'm going to build a brand new City. In the next 500 years, whoever tries to stop me will be killed. Second update. Please vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 1139. Of course, it was useless for Han Fei to speak passionately on his own. Han Fei knew that the people of the big clans probably wouldn't be subverted. However, he wasn't in a hurry. What he wanted to do today was to win the hearts of the people. With the 100,000 mountains as the background, he forced the human masters to make concessions. As long as he had the resources, he had plenty of ways to bewitch people. Not only that, from this incident, Han Fei seemed to see the future of the Thousand-Star City. Yes, it was the same. The big clans controlled the Thousand-Star City, and history was repeating itself. The interests of the big clans in the Thousand-Star City were chasing the immortal palace. If they wanted to become kings, they had to destroy a place like the 10,000 Demon Valley. A venerable said coldly, "So, you want to use our resources to do favors for the people of the world?" Han Fei immediately retorted, "What do you mean by your resources? If it weren't for the big clan's force, it would be hard to say whose resources it is. If you don't want to, that's fine. From today on, the big clans of City shall not interfere with the choices of the humans of City or plunder other people's resources. The Avenger will openly appear in the sea area outside City and compete fairly with people of the same realm. If you accept this, you can pretend I didn't say anything about the other 2 points." Han Fei's words exuded strong confidence. This confidence shocked many people on the opposite side. Although Han Fei was a lunatic, Han Fei could really kill Zhou Zifu just now. What did this mean? This showed that Han Fei was really strong. Otherwise, even if he had a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, he wouldn't be able to kill an advanced explorer as an advanced law enforcer. After all, the strength of the two was not the same at all. They could imagine that the 2 conditions put forward by Han Fei were actually to buy time for the Avenger. If the powerhouses of the big families couldn't be moved, then the powerhouses below the primary explorer level of the big families wouldn't be able to rise again. They would definitely be blocked. Even if a large number of junior explorers were sent to besiege them, the Avengers' fleet was extraordinary. Besides, once that happened, there would definitely be many people in City who supported the Avenger. Even now, there were still many independent cultivators in City, and they had been dissatisfied with the big clans for a long time. Therefore, Han Fei's request was actually to drive the big clans to the opposite side of human beings. Seeing that many people were silent, Han Fei smiled and said, "What? You don't dare?" In a situation where there are no experts to rule, you aristocratic families don't even have the courage to fight head-on? A supreme expert said, "Do you have any other conditions?" Hearing this, Han Fei immediately laughed. "Yes. However, there's another way that won't cause you aristocratic families to suffer any losses." The tiger muttered, "You really have a lot of ideas." Han Fei replied, "I learned it from you, Master Hu." Then, regardless of whether the tiger was gloating or not, Han Fei said directly, "There's another option. You can evacuate City of you with all your resources and find another place. City of you will belong to me. I don't care where you go. In the future, we'll fight for the resources on the sea with our own abilities. If there's anything wrong with your clan, we won't rest until one of us dies. Han Fei was resolute. No matter which option he chose, he was determined to win the hearts of the people of Yu City. These aristocratic families had no choice but to give, even if they did not want to. Otherwise, they wouldn't rest until one of them died. Shimen said, "If we don't choose, do you really want to start a war?" Han Fei pointed at Shimen Wuqing and the others and looked at the Tiger King. "Master Hu beat them up. Roar. Bam, bam, bam. Wait. Stop. Rumble." The tiger didn't care about those humans. For now, Han Fei was more like a person from the 100,000 Mountains. Although he was a human, his style was too similar to that of the 100,000 Mountains. If you don't like them, kill them. That was the truth. Almost in an instant, there were only 6 captive explorers left. 5 people were directly blown up. They had really fallen, and there was not a single bit of exaggeration. Shimen shouted, "Wang Han!" Han Fei said, "Seniors, please wait." Stopping in front of all the beasts, Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Shimen and the others. "There are only 3 choices. Either you give me half of the resources, and I get the city lord, or you compete fairly, and the big clans hide and don't plunder the humans of city of you, or you leave with all the resources, and I get the city of you. I give you the choice. How you choose is up to you. If you don't choose, I will fight. At worst, I will overthrow your big clans and start all over again. Either way, I will die. I bet in the next 500 years. Seeing the group of human overlords trembling with anger, Han Fei said leisurely, "If I were you, I might choose the second option. You don't have to give me resources, and you don't have to leave city of you. You could go to the sea. How great is that?" However, the 3 human venerables looked cold and thought, "Wang Han is really ambitious." However, the 3 human martial sovereigns wore cold expressions as they thought to themselves, "Wang Han is indeed a wolf with wild ambitions." However, the 3 human venerables looked cold and thought, "Wang Han is really ambitious." But the second option is that once the big clans hide, the control of city of you will be taken away and their freedom will be restricted. However, the second condition was that once the great clans retreated, the control of the city of you would be taken away and their freedom would be restricted as well. If this goes on, the big clans will only exist in name. In the long run, the big clans will only exist in name. As for the war, to be honest, if it was just a beast king, they actually had a way to deal with it. The big clans had a deep foundation and many means. However, there was an even more terrifying existence in the 100,000 Mountains. It was the divine sun. That rarely appeared but extremely powerful existence could be said to be the strongest person under the king level. Given that the human venerable ones were injured, being able to stop a beast king was already the best they could do. If the divine sun really attacked, they wouldn't be able to stop him. A venerable said, "We need to discuss for a moment." They had no choice but to discuss this matter. Han Fei was too violent and would kill an explorer at the slightest disagreement. There were 12 captives just now, but in the blink of an eye, only 6 were left just because 2 of them said they couldn't accept it. If they tentatively said that they couldn't accept it, the remaining few would probably die in the next moment. Of course, they could also agree first and then regret it later. However, did Han Fei dare to kill them? Just as this thought flashed through their minds, Han Fei tilted his head and looked at the Beast King. "Master, if I die one day, it must be a scheme of the big clans. At that time, please avenge me, Master." The Beast King's eyes flickered slightly. "Okay, I know you're my disciple. You have been wandering in the outer sea for many years and never died. If I perish in human territory, this king will kill them one by one." Han Fei chuckled. "Thank you very much, Master." Hearing this, all the human powerhouses felt as if thousands of fish were galloping in their hearts. F***CK, you still want to blame it on us if you die? However, they also knew that now that the relationship between them had become so stiff, if he didn't blame it on them, where else could he blame it? But Han Fei thought differently. In fact, he didn't have 500 years at all. He had to find a way back. No matter what, this was the age of doom, not his world. So, he could do whatever he wanted. Besides, Han Fei also knew the situation in the future, so he didn't panic at all. Although Han Fei didn't know how Shimin Linglan would survive these years, it should be very difficult. After all, he would be enemies with these big clans. But in any case, Shimin Linglan would be very strong in the future. She would rule the City of Justice alone and be loved by the whole city. This was clear. The Thousand-Star City and the Scattered Stars Island still needed him, and he had to rush back for the Battle of the Scattered Stars Island in 7 years. God knew how long he had been in the River of Time. How about the Thug Academy today? How about the Scattered Stars Island? Han Fei didn't know anything. This was what Han Fei was most worried about. However, so many years had passed in the River of Time, and Han Fei didn't care about the next few years. At least, he had to find a way to settle a new situation. Only in this way could he find a way to leave with peace of mind. That was all Han Fei could do for them. In the future, Han Fei didn't know how to take the road to the City of Justice. He only knew one result. He still couldn't infer the development of the City of Justice in the past countless years based on this result. In the void, there was a buzzing vibration. After a long time, a venerable said, "Okay, now the human race is weak, and the 100,000 mountains are indeed stronger. Let's see what will happen after you take over the City of Justice. Let's choose the third one. The big clans will retreat from you city, but the 3,000 salt marsh in the north will belong to us. In the future, the resources in the sea will depend on our own means." Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Shimin Linglan. "Where is the 3,000 salt marsh?" Shimin Linglan gulped. She couldn't believe that it was done just like that. She thought it would be a fierce battle. Hearing Han Fei's question, she quickly said, "It's a large grassland salt lake on the north coast. However, it's barren. It's about 20,000 kilometers away from U City." Hearing that, Han Fei grinned. "Okay, that's it. The big clans of U City will move out of U City in 3 days. My Avenger will take over U City in 3 days." As soon as he said this, there was a gasp behind Han Fei. Zhao Wuxing and the others couldn't believe it. Damn it, it's done. It seemed that they couldn't take revenge for some people for the time being. However, there was nothing they could do about it. What they were facing now was the entire big clan of U City. They had never dared to think that they could force the other party to this extent. As for Tiger and the others, they were not interested in humans' tricks. They felt that it was like fighting for their own territory. If they lost, they would have to change their territory, right? It was a matter of course. Han Fei had a rough idea what these people were planning. They would retreat temporarily, recover from their injuries, and cultivate strong masters. The big clans had a long history. If they could hold back for a while, they might be able to take back U City in the future. This was why they would rather move away than hand over the resources. After all, these resources had been accumulated over a long period of time. They would rather give up hundreds of millions of people than give up the precious resources they had accumulated. In fact, they didn't understand the principle of man can conquer nature. In the past, the people of U City were at the bottom of society. They were the ones who were exploited. If these people became masters, would they still want to go back to the past? Since they didn't want to go back, they would suppress them by force. This was Han Fei's real plan. After all, Han Fei knew that people's hearts were everything. At this moment, Han Fei didn't panic at all. How could I let you succeed? Then I lose. This is just the first confrontation. In the next confrontation, if I don't squeeze you dry, I will write my name backwards. Shimin Wutian said with a straight face. Now, can you let them go? Let them go? Han Fei sneered. What does this have to do with letting them go? I caught them with my own ability. How can I let them go just like that? Han Fei didn't have the habit of letting people go at all. How could he let them go so easily? Then why did he rob them before? The Beast King couldn't help scratching his butt, thinking, what else does this kid want to do? He has already won a great victory this time. Does he still want to kill them in this situation? A venerable said coldly, Wang Han, what else do you want? Han Fei grinned. What else do I want? These people have been chasing my Avenger for a long time. My Avenger was destroyed. This is my 18 years of hard work. How can I let it go? You owe me 10 big ships and haven't paid them back yet. How can I let them go? Shimin Wuching snorted coldly. The big ships will be delivered to you in a few days. Han Fei continued. The crew of my Avenger were all persecuted by the big clans. Now that the negotiation has been completed, they can't take revenge anymore. 10 big ships are not enough. You have to pay more. Zhao Wuxing and the others thought, actually, we're already very satisfied. We can't fight with the big clans because of us. What if they fight with each other again? However, Shimin Linglan was a little surprised. She felt that Han Fei's previous words were all empty words. In the end, the words, "you have to pay more," were true. A venerable said, Wang Han, what do you mean? Your city is already yours. Don't you think it's enough? Han Fei quickly waved his hand. Stop. They are two different things and can't be confused. These people's hands are stained with blood. If I don't make you bleed, you will never know what pain is. If you want people, you can give me money. How much money does it cost to train an explorer? I only want the ones I can see. These people are all advanced explorers at the very least. On average, each of them is worth 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring, 1,000,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid, 10 heaven-level combat skills, 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual weapons, 1 low-quality divine weapon, 1 ultra-quality divine weapon, 10,000 energy fruits and spiritual weapon fruits each. Seeing Han Fei counting with his fingers as if he were counting his family treasures, Tiger next to him almost couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't help but bare his teeth. Tiger thought to himself, what if someone dares to ask me for things like this? I'll definitely slap him to death. Behind him, Zhao Wuxing and the others swallowed crazily. The awakened General Han seems to be a bit ruthless. This thing seemed to be much, much richer than robbing a big ship. Shimin Linglan felt that her head was about to explode. Where is the domineering idiot just now? At this moment, the style seems to be a bit wrong. Enough! Someone shouted. Wang Han, are you robbing us? Han Fei raised his head in a daze. Huh? Do you think an advanced explorer is not worth this? Or do you think a peak-level explorer is not worth this? You have to know that these people hate me. How much will my conscience hurt if I let them go? You don't even want to give me more money, and you want to take them away? What? Do you think I'm joking? As he spoke, Han Fei raised Snowmorn and was about to cut them. Wait a minute. Don't move. What's the hurry? Han Fei stopped and looked at them expressionlessly, pointing his sword at Zhao Pai, who was closest to him. What do you say? Are you going to give me the money or not? Zhao Pai was sweating hard. He had already sent a voice transmission to his family. Son of AB *TCH, this guy really dared to attack us. Just now, Zhou Zifu, his neighbor, was killed because he was questioned by Han Fei. Is there anything this guy can't do? Some venerables were so angry that their lips were trembling, but someone held back his anger. Okay, you can have these resources. But Wang Han, I don't have any more. Han Fei smiled casually. That's right. I don't have anything else to ask for. But, for a moment, everybody looked to Han Fei. You have a but? Enlightened, Han Fei looked at Shimin Tian. But the Shimin family's resources will be counted separately. Shimin Tian frowned. What do you mean? Han Fei's eyes were cold. Shimin Linglan is the captain of the Avenger. The Shimin family is my sworn enemy. I can let go of other families, but I can't let go of Shimin Wuching. Shimin Wuching had almost been stomped to death, and his eyes were bulging. Fearing that Han Fei would really kill him, he roared, Wang Han, are you forcing me to fight? Han Fei chuckled. Shut up. It's not up to you to decide whether or not to fight. You're the only exception. Why would I force you to fight? Shimin Linglan pulled Han Fei's waist. Idiot. Actually, Han Fei glanced at Shimin Linglan. Listen to me. Then, Han Fei looked at Shimin Tian. This is a sworn enemy. You have to give me more money. Everyone. Shimin Linglan. The Beast King, but Han Fei said calmly twice. Han Fei looked straight at Shimin Tian, not avoiding his gaze. After all, he was a venerable. To prevent this guy from doing anything out of line, he had to give him twice the amount. As for the future, let's talk about it later. Shimin Tian's eyes flickered, and in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, no more. Han Fei was speechless. Shimin Tian agreed, so readily. It seemed that he had said too little just now. If he had known, he would have asked for more. However, forget it. There is still a long way to go. Han Fei didn't panic at all. He had to get the real benefits first. Han Fei said lightly, "You can go back now. Give me the money, and I'll give you the goods." Shimin Wuqing and the others didn't feel good. Are we going to become goods? A venerable said, Wang Han, do you still doubt the credibility of a venerable? Han Fei curled his lips. Your big family has never been credible. I won't let you go without seeing the money and the ship. Humph. The venerable flew away, not wanting to say another word to Han Fei. Soon after, these people left quickly with a swish, swish, swish. It seemed that they didn't want to stay in this damn place at all. Or rather, they didn't want to see Han Fei's face for one more second. When all the strong masters on the human side left, the tiger slapped Han Fei, causing him to stagger. Boy, you're really something. How did you manage to snatch it? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Master Tiger, my bones are scattered. Before Han Fei could greet the others, the Beast King growled, Disciple, come with me. As the Beast King waved his hand, Han Fei appeared on the surface of the sea, far away from the Avenger. Han Fei scratched his head. Master! The Beast King looked at Han Fei. Tell me, what do you remember? Do you remember that thing? Han Fei's face became slightly serious. I don't remember. Or rather, it was not that I didn't think about it. It seemed to be on the tip of my tongue. But I can't say it. It seems that there are rules restricting me from saying it. Han Fei had expected this. There should be something wrong with him crossing the river of time this time. Although he could recall things that happened a long time ago, he couldn't remember the key things, such as the floating stone, his understanding of the divine palace, the soul sea, and the final situation of the various races. The Beast King frowned. Sure enough, this is the reason. You're not a person of this life. Although you cross the river of time through a strange method, you can't change the situation of this life. You can only push the boat with the current. Han Fei wondered, what's the reason? I'm already here. The Beast King shook his head. You don't understand. Even if you were a king, even if you really have a way to cross the river of time, you can't even speak or interfere with the changes of time. That is the suppression of the supreme way of heaven. Since you can appear here and can fight and talk, it can only be said that there is something wrong with the river of time. In a sense, it lacks the influence of the supreme way. Han Fei frowned, feeling that he knew something. However, he couldn't remember much in this regard. As far as his current memory was concerned, he had already remembered all his normal memories. What he couldn't remember were those things that involved secrets. It seemed that it was indeed as the Beast King said. The Beast King looked at Han Fei. Do you remember anything about the beasts in your memory? Han Fei thought for a moment. In the places where I normally live, I have never seen the beasts. However, I once met a lot of beasts, Demonoplant clan and Sky clan in a secret realm, a place that belonged to the ancient battlefield. The Beast King narrowed his eyes keenly. No war giants? Han Fei shook his head slightly. No, maybe I haven't been to many places. I need to become stronger. The Beast King hummed slightly. The beast could only appear in some secret realms. This showed that the final result was not good. However, since there were still beasts, it meant that they hadn't been wiped out yet. The Beast King asked, Do you remember the answer you came back to find? Han Fei nodded. Yes, but there are some things I don't understand. Master, you said that an oracle made the Sea Clan and the other races fight for tens of thousands of years. The Beast King roared, You don't understand. Who doesn't want to rule the other races and master the Great Way? That's all we know. As for what the oracle was like, what did it say specifically? Are there any secrets behind it? It's not something that we can know. By the way, do you have a path to becoming a king? Could he become a king? The Beast King and the others couldn't see these things clearly. They said that he had the potential to become a king, but it was just a matter of posture. As for whether he could really become a king or not, they didn't know and couldn't see it. Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Master, what do you want me to say? I don't know the path yet, but many people say that I may become a king. I think so too. Han Fei was not narcissistic. The source of his confidence was not old Han, nor was it the mother of the master of the immortal palace, but the demon purification pot. Of course, he also knew that the problem he was facing was also very big. Here, he could use the 100,000 mountains to suppress the big clans. However, once he returned to the Thousand-Star City, he really had to do it himself. The Beast King nodded. By the way, you need to be careful on your path to invincibility. This road is full of thorns and bumps, and those who don't have great luck can't bear it. As far as I know, no one who embarks on the road to invincibility has a good ending. Huh? Han Fei didn't know what to say. What do you mean? It said that the road to invincibility is not easy, but I've already walked on it. The Beast King comforted him. However, not necessarily. After all, I've seen very few invincibility roads. Maybe some people have succeeded. You can even cross the River of Time, which shows that you have great luck. Han Fei smiled bitterly. Is this comfort? The third chapter. In 2 days, the story here will be over. The story should be told bit by bit and logically, not just randomly written. Besides, some people are calling for more time. Doesn't his conscience hurt? Since I've written this plot, let me finish it. It's almost time. There's basically nothing to do in this secret realm. Tomorrow, I'll continue the 2-in-1. End of this chapter. Chapter 1140. In fact, Han Fei didn't have much to say. For the 100,000 mountains and human beings, what they needed was time, strong masters, and a way to resist the Sea Clan. There were too many Sea Clan creatures and resources, so the speed of the birth of strong masters was obviously faster than that of human beings. In the Battle of Venerables, a large number of Venerables of the Sea Clan died. However, this could only bring about 500 years of peace. If there was a next time, it would be a greater challenge. When Han Fei returned to the Avenger, he found that the masters of the 4 clans had left, leaving only Shimin Linglan sitting on the top of the ship with her chin in her hands. The others were talking about what had happened just now in an exaggerated way. That scene almost scared them to the point of peeing their pants. At this moment, these people were expressing their surging emotions. Someone said, "Mother asterisk her, I never dreamed that I would one day be able to take over you city." Someone was still confused. Did we win just like that? Zhao Wuxing's head was buzzing. The big clans surrendered? Did they just surrender? No. Am I hallucinating? I have to take a nap. Yes, take a nap. Han Fei appeared with a swoosh and grabbed Zhao Wuxing. What are you sleeping for? Get ready to accept the spoils of war. Seeing Han Fei come back, everyone froze and looked at him in a daze. However, Han Fei was looking at Shimin Linglan. He stepped on the ground lightly and sat next to Shimin Linglan. They were still looking up. As a girl, EU immediately said, "Stop looking. Go to that big ship." EU said, "General Han and the captain must have a lot to say." Oh, yes, go to the big ship and pack up. After everyone left, Han Fei thought for a long time but didn't know what to say. What should I say? Say that my name is Han Fei and I come from the other side of the River of Time? Helplessly, looking at the noisy Zhao Wuxing and the others, Han Fei muttered, "A bunch of idiots." Shimin Linglan tilted her head and looked at him, thinking, "You've been an idiot for almost 30 years. How dare you criticize others now?" Shimin Linglan took a breath, straightened her body, and faced Han Fei. "So are you still Wang Han?" Han Fei nodded. Yes. Han Fei could clearly feel that Shimin Linglan's tense body had relaxed. The latter heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Do you remember what happened in the past?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "I do." Shimin Linglan blushed. Han Fei looked at her strangely and thought, "Why are you blushing?" At that time, I was a pure fool. Shimin Linglan's eyelashes were trembling. Then what is in your memory? Who was Xia Xiaochan? You shout the most. Where was Tang Ge? Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Xiaobai, Luren Kuang, Old Han, Old Jiang. Han Fei was stunned. Is this what you want to know most? Han Fei played dumb. What? Who? Shimin Linglan looked at Han Fei leisurely and thought to herself, keep pretending. Han Fei changed the topic. Let me tell you, we have a greater goal now, which is to completely crush the big clans. Otherwise, they will definitely make a comeback. Shimin Linglan was stunned for a moment. Aren't they gone now? Han Fei sneered. That's just a temporary stalling tactic. The Venerable is injured, and we are stronger now. So, they're just making concessions for the time being. When dealing with the enemy, we have to torture them until they can't make a comeback anymore. I have thought of a few plans. Let me tell you. Shimin Linglan listened to Han Fei and was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she said, I still think it's better when you are a fool. Han Fei. 3 days later, the city of Yu was in an uproar. Every day, countless people wandered inside and outside the city. One after another, many big clans moved away. No one knew why. Some people even took away their houses and land. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on at all. Someone said, Are these big clans crazy? Is the Sea clan attacking again? They're unstoppable this time. Are they going to run? Someone wondered. The point is, where can they go? If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Do they want to cross the sea and run to Blackstone City? Someone sneered. Blackstone City? Yu City was attacked. How can Blackstone City be fine? They must have been beaten too. Someone was puzzled. Wait, didn't the big clans go to destroy the Avenger a few days ago? Could it be that they were chased away by the Vengeance? Someone rolled his eyes. How is that possible? No matter how strong the Avenger is, it is just a ship. Unless there is a king on it, how can so many big clans move away from Yu City? Besides, if there is a king, how can those big clans run away? Suddenly, someone ran in from outside the city, shouting as he ran, They're here! They're here! Someone cursed, Are you crazy? Who is coming? Son of AB *TCH. The Sea clan is coming? Before they panicked, that person roared, The Avenger is coming! The Avenger is coming! What? Who is coming? The Avenger? This! Son of AB *TCH. The big clans are gone, and the Avenger is coming. This, someone heard the news in shock. Yu City is going to change. On the sea, a black ship thousands of meters long was breaking through the waves. This ship had a strange shape. The black sails were inlaid with gold and were full of arrays. The stern was in the shape of an octopus, and the octopus claws were clasped on the hull. The bow of the ship was like a vertical steel knife, and the lower part of the blade was a shark with its mouth wide open, which was domineering and arrogant. When he modified this ship, Han Fei knew why the Avenger was like this. These 3 ships were modified according to the remains of the venerables they picked up in the sea over the years. As for black, wasn't that the usual color of pirates? Because of the requirements of arrays, Han Fei wanted to make this ship a unique Avenger. Therefore, he didn't use the pirate map. However, at the top of the mast, he put a pirate flag. Therefore, when he was on the Avenger, he didn't see the pirate flag. It must have been taken down. Otherwise, when he saw the pirate flag, he would have doubted his life. At this moment, Han Fei was modifying the arrays. He was afraid of Shimin Linglan. Recently, Shimin Linglan made a fuss about giving birth to a child. Are you kidding me? I'm going to give birth to a child now. My child is already cold, and I'm still in the future. It doesn't make sense. Besides, Han Fei suspected that this was almost impossible. How could the great Tao ignore it? Because he was not a person of this time, and he would die eventually, so it was impossible for him to give birth to a child. What if he gave birth to an ancestor? He was thinking, if this is a reincarnation, I shouldn't have woken up in advance. In other words, waking up in advance actually meant that he was gradually getting out of this time. Han Fei knew that his memory was still a little weak. What if these memories were restored? Based on the current situation, the injury to his divine soul had basically recovered. If he fully recovered, would he remember those things that he shouldn't remember? The Beast King said it was the influence of the Great Tao. Then, once he was fully awake, what would the Great Tao do? Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei didn't devote his energy to love. He had to rebuild the Avenger as soon as possible. Seeing that they were about to reach Yu City, Shimin Linglan shouted, Idiot, it's time to eat. Han Fei's body shivered. Oh my, it's almost ready. You guys eat first. With a flash, Shimin Linglan appeared next to Han Fei and waited patiently. Han Fei immediately shrugged. Let's eat. Shimin Linglan sneered. When you were an idiot, you were much more arrogant than you are now. You're a man, and you're so shy when eating. Han Fei immediately said angrily, I'm just concentrating on my work and planning for the next 10,000 years. Shimin Linglan snorted. We're about to reach U City. What are you going to do after taking over U City? Han Fei smiled slightly. People need freedom, but we can't tell them directly. We have to stand on the side of justice and tell them that they are the masters of this city, the future of mankind, and freedom. Since they are the masters, they won't allow their home to be destroyed, even if the big clans make a comeback in the future. However, they have the habit of freedom in their bones. Even if they are suppressed for a while, they will always want to resist. This is the will of the people. Shimin Linglan tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. I always feel that there are countless things hidden in your head. Han Fei chuckled. I've basically told you all the things in my head. In the future, my mission is to build a fleet of Avenger, the kind that can dominate the sea. Shimin Linglan was surprised. You're not going to do anything even if you take over U City? Han Fei grinned. Managing people is not something that one person can do alone. Wait, you'll know when we reach U City. Shimin Linglan scoffed. Ever since you became not an idiot, I feel that you are full of evil thoughts. Han Fei, there are many ports in U City. Among them, there were 8 of the largest ports, and the rest were no less than 100 large and small ports. Otherwise, there would be no place for so many big ships. Of course, there were also many small cities and towns around U City. The entire Linhai City covered an area of more than 8,000 square kilometers. Together with the countless villages and towns nearby, it was extremely vast. The place where the Avenger appeared was more than 500 kilometers away from the port of U City, which was a place that ships had to pass. However, because there were very few big ships going out these days, there were many small and medium-sized ships going out. As a matter of fact, when the countless small and medium-sized ships saw that the vengeance was coming, they all turned around and went back to where they were. Even if there were some who were brave, the rumors from a few days ago were, after all, just rumors. People had no confidence in their hearts. After all, the Avenger gave them the feeling that it was extremely powerful. The aristocratic families had already started to flee, and then the vengeance had appeared. This was a clue. Therefore, many small ships stopped 100 kilometers away from the Avenger, wanting to see what the Avenger was going to do. These people were looking forward to it, but also worried. They were looking forward to whether the Avenger would give them freedom, as the rumors said, sharing the resources of the sea. They were worried that the Avenger would do the same thing as the big families. After all, countless people were used to this kind of environment. In fact, the big families thought so too. They didn't expect that Han Fei would bring freedom to U City at all. They thought that Han Fei just wanted to dominate the city. Therefore, they naturally felt that they had a chance to make a comeback. On a certain boat, several middle-aged men were whispering. Someone said, "Do you think they are really here to help us?" However, the big families don't seem to bully us too much except collecting some resource taxes from us, do they? Someone sneered. You little fishhead don't bully us? Don't you know how weak we are? Do you think we can get good things with our strength? Look at those hidden fishers and law enforcers. As soon as they get good things, they go to the big families to exchange for them. Do you know how many people have been exploited on that floor? Someone said, yes, you're a fishhead. They are everywhere in the relatively safe and resource-rich areas near the sea. These days, they haven't gone to sea. Do you see how many people have gone to grab resources? Just as they were whispering to each other, a voice echoed through the air. Everyone from today onwards, I, the Vengeance, will take over U City. We come from darkness, but we will bring light. If you don't mind, please inform your relatives and friends in the major villages. At this time tomorrow, the Avenger will land in U City and announce the liberation of U City. From today on, U City will be open to everyone. Anyone can enter U City, and no one is allowed to stop them. Hum. At that moment, everyone within 1,000 miles was shocked to the extreme. What? U City is going to be liberated? Liberate what? The Avenger is going to land in U City? Someone exclaimed, Oh my God. The Avenger said that everyone in U City can become a free person? Is it King true? Someone clutched his head and paced back and forth. The Avenger won. Yes, they must have one in the Storm Strait. Oh my God, There must be a venerable on the Avenger. Someone shouted, "Brothers, don't just stand there. Let's go back and spread the news to the major villages and towns." While steering the boat, someone said, "Will the Avenger really help us?" Someone shouted, "What do you mean help us? They've already helped us. Didn't you see that the big families have moved away?" On this side, people were scrambling to leave. On the Avenger, Han Fei was eating hot pot. After all, he had looted countless good things, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to make some spiritual fruits and make hot pot. At this moment, 4 big pots were placed on the boat, and a group of people were eating around the hot pot. Someone said, "General Han, are we going to take over Yu City? We don't have enough manpower." Someone kicked him. "What do you know? We've already taken over Yu City. We can have as many people as we want." Slurp. Someone sucked a mouthful of fish meat and said in a low voice, "How?" General Han must have an idea. "Don't worry about it." Jiao Wuxing patted the man's head. "You talk too much." Turning his head, Jiao Wuxing chuckled. "General Han, what should we do with such a big city?" Han Fei sneered. "Eat your hot pot. You won't understand even if I tell you. Anyway, I won't let you do it." Jiao Wuxing smiled awkwardly. "I just want to share the burden with you and the captain." Shimin Linglan echoed. "I don't understand either. Managing a city is something we've never done before." Munch. Han Fei stuffed fish meat into his mouth, thinking, "How can I manage a city? When a person stands at a certain height, he will find a way even if he has no other choice. As long as the principle is the same, it's fine." Han Fei suddenly felt that he seemed to have a headache. It was a very slight, dull pain. This was definitely not a good sign. As a cultivator, how could he have a headache? Shimin Linglan looked at Han Fei. "What are you thinking about?" Han Fei shook his head and continued to stuff fish into his mouth. "Nothing. I'm just thinking about the follow-up arrangements of Yu City." Shimin Linglan nodded. "I trust you." Han Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. "I don't even trust myself. You didn't manage it, but I did. The reason why I asked the big families for help was that I had to get it. If I don't come, how can you be the city lord?" The next day, all the major ports of Yu City were full of people. They had begun to believe it, because all the houses of the big families in the city were empty and their shops were closed. Of course, there must be a lot of people from the big families in the crowd. However, these people were just here to inquire about the situation in Yu City. They couldn't make a big fuss. Under everyone's expectant gaze, in the morning mist, the shadow of a big ship slowly emerged. Then, a dozen big black ships followed the Avenger and slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Han Fei stood proudly at the bow of the ship and said in a booming voice, "Fellow human beings, gather in the city." "Huh, they're here. The hope of Yu City is here. Welcome, Avenger. I've been waiting here last night. Let's go to the city. Let's go together." Seeing countless people marching to the city gate, Han Fei couldn't help but shout, "From today on, flying in Yu City is free. Anyone can fly in the sky, as long as you don't destroy the city." Huh! All hail the Avenger. Swish, swish, swish. Figures flew in the sky one after another. Although these people didn't have wings, hidden fishers could stay in the air for a short time, so it was not a big deal. Those who couldn't fly, Han Fei saw many hanging fishers climbing the city wall. Some manipulators even set up spiritual plant ladders so that people could step over the city wall. After all, the gate here had been blocked. Han Fei glanced at Jiao Wuxing and the others. "Leave a ship here. Let's go into the city." This was the first time Han Fei had entered Yu City. Even though he had been in this world for almost 40 years, he had always heard about Yu City. He estimated that it should be similar to the Thousand-Star City. Behind him, Jiao Wuxing shouted, "Have you all tidied up your hair? Dress neatly. Don't embarrass General Han and the captain. As for your beard, you should trim it a little." Someone swallowed. "Old Jia, aren't you nervous?" "Damn, my heart is almost jumping out of my chest." Someone echoed, "I'm so nervous that my legs are shaking." The scale of this event was way too big. So many people are watching us. He was also nervous, but she comforted the others. "Don't worry. Generally speaking, the strong are in the big clans. Although there are also strong, ordinary people, they can only reach the realm of peak-level law enforcers at most. There are very few explorers. You are all very strong. Zhao Wuxing also took a deep breath. Looking at Han Fei and Shimin Linglan, who had already left in the air, he immediately encouraged them. Let's go. Damn it, they're coming at us in the wind and waves. Now that we're back in the city, why should we be afraid of them? In the sky, Shimin Linglan said via voice transmission, Idiot, I'm also nervous. Han Fei said leisurely, Don't panic. It's just a small matter. Han Fei said to Zhao Wuxing and the others, Just pretend that those people watching us are all fish heads. Yes, just pretend that they're all fish heads. Someone muttered, How many fish heads are there? Zhao Wuxing slapped him. You talk too much. Just pretend that you're looking at fish heads. Cut the crap. Han Fei and the others didn't walk fast in the air. When they walked above the city wall, many law enforcers and hidden fishers were waiting here, following Han Fei's footsteps. In the city, the crowd was crowded, and many people were looking at the sky. A child took an old man's hand and squeezed into the crowd. Grandpa, is this you city? There are so many people. The old man sighed. Alas, yes, this is you city. There are so many people in the main city. Grandpa has never been here before. Let's take a good look this time. A girl pointed to the sky and said, Dad, that woman is so magnificent. The old man was also fascinated. Our daughter will be so magnificent in the future. Maybe she can fly in the sky and dive into the sea. She's omnipotent. Many people were amazed. Many of them came from the villages and towns. Such a scene was rarely seen in a million years. Wouldn't it be a loss if they didn't take a look? Different from those people who were watching the fun, Han Fei scanned more than 600 kilometers as soon as he entered the city, but he didn't find the sea god statue. It's not here. Why isn't it here? Han Fei immediately frowned. The city of justice he had seen had the sea god statue, but it wasn't here. Could it be that the immortal palace didn't appear at this time? No, it must have appeared not far after this timeline. Before the city of justice was destroyed, the immortal palace must have appeared. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Since the sea god statue was not here, it was a good thing. This meant that in the future, Shimin Linglan was not the only one working hard. There were still many people working hard in places that no one knew about. As for why the city of justice was destroyed, there might be many reasons. Maybe my mother and the others are fighting somewhere? After all, the 36 immortal palaces were a huge territory that they had to conquer. They couldn't fall from the sky. Chapter 1141. In fact, Han Fei should have thought of this. If the city of justice was the last territory of human beings, then the thousand-star city would be useless. Humans had long been extinct. Calming himself down, Han Fei said to Shimin Linglan, Let me tell you. Shimin Linglan nodded. You do it. I don't know how. Han Fei asked, You stayed in City of You. Where's the central area of this city? Shimin Linglan thought for a moment. The Star Towers, a few very tall towers. They're the places where the big families in City of You sell and exchange resources. Han Fei smiled. Then let's go there. Han Fei's voice was loud. My compatriots, we will wait for you in the Star Towers. Come on, let's go to the Star Towers. Hurry up and grab a spot. Bro, wait for me. A moment later, Han Fei and the others arrived at the Star Towers, which were already crowded. Someone occupied the best geographical position and said with a smile, Those who go to the city are idiots. City of You has a large population. The Avenger has defeated the big families and taken over City of You. They must announce a series of big events. Is there a better place than the Star Towers? When Han Fei saw the so-called Star Towers, he found that they were cylindrical, more than 300 meters high and more than 100 meters wide. There were 3 of them standing in a triangle. They're here. They're here. Someone was shouting. There were all kinds of shouts. Some were even shouting for the savior of the world. Han Fei said, Linglan, old Jia, destroy these 3 towers for me. Huh? Zhao Wuxing said in surprise. Wait, General Han, didn't you just say not to destroy the buildings and facilities in the city? Han Fei said, just destroy it. Don't talk so much nonsense. Han Fei shouted, Everyone, leave the Star Towers and stay a kilometer away. When the crowd began to retreat, Han Fei shouted in a low voice, Do it. Destroy them. Suddenly, under the gaze of countless people, Han Fei, Shimin Linglan, and a fierce man flew to the 3-star towers. Among them, Han Fei was the most aggressive. A large hammer immediately appeared in his hand, transforming into a shocking hammer shadow. Just like that, dang, 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 he struck it a few times in succession, and the star pagoda immediately collapsed, causing dust and smoke to fly everywhere. Shimin Linglan wielded her twin sabers and swiftly flew past the star tower. When he took a closer look, he saw that the entire building was covered in sword marks. Following that, pieces of the building fell to the ground. Jia Wuxing punched out to show the power of an explorer. Descending from the sky, he punched through the star pagoda. In the exclamations of countless people, Han Fei shouted, "Fellow human beings, don't panic. The Star Pagoda is a place where the aristocratic families can exchange for resources." Now that the Star Pagoda had been destroyed, it meant that the era of the aristocratic families had passed. A brand new era has arrived. All right, that's good. Someone raised his arms and shouted. His roar rumbled, and hundreds responded to his call. The sound waves rose and fell. To vent my hatred, I should have destroyed this place long ago. It's a pity that everything inside has been taken away. In any case, it's good that there aren't any great clans. Han Fei quickly landed. The law of gravity covered 100 meters and crushed it with great force. These were all ordinary buildings, not spiritual weapons. In an instant, the rubble was crushed to the ground by Han Fei. Then, Han Fei casually threw a big stick to the ground. With a thought from Han Fei, the rod rose quickly and didn't stop until it reached 100 meters high. It had become a giant pillar that reached the sky. Standing on the top of the giant pillar, Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "Don't panic. Let's wait for a moment until everyone arrives." Shimin Linglan said to him telepathically, "Should we wait? Those people's gazes are so hot." Han Fei replied calmly, "This is called creating a sense of expectation. It's a good time to, gather people's hearts." Looking at the people who were whispering or talking telepathically, Han Fei smiled. There were really a lot of people. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a sea of people. In any case, the surrounding buildings were all filled with people. There were also law enforcers flying in the sky, waiting quietly. Seeing these people, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. If he became a king in the future, it would be quite cool to have so many people watching him. After about half an hour or so, those who were supposed to come had all arrived. Those who couldn't squeeze and could only listen from the periphery. However, after the speech, everyone in and out of U City would know the content. 2 sledgehammers appeared in Han Fei's hands, and he hit them with a clang. Han Fei said, "Quiet." When the discussion gradually subsided, Han Fei put away the sledgehammers and pulled Shimin Linglan, who was a little nervous, to the side. Han Fei's voice resounded through the clear sky like thunder. "Everyone, I think you must have heard the rumors about the Avenger. Yes, we, like countless people, were forced to leave our homes by the big clans. We know the oppression of the big clans on human beings. They occupy resources and exploit people. Their crimes are too numerous to list. So, we came back with dreams and hope to take revenge on them. Luckily, we won. Oh, good job. The Avenger is invincible." In the sky, the 3 venerables were livid. As soon as the big clans left, this *** came to tarnish their reputation. Although he didn't have a good reputation, anyone would feel embarrassed when someone said it out loud like that. The Beast King was also here. How could he miss such a grand event? Han Fei hit the sledgehammers again and shouted, "The sea race has been plotting against the human race. How can we resist the foreign races when we are faced with internal and external troubles? The Avengers' action is in accordance with the will of the heavens." 18 years ago, the 100,000 Mountains, the human race, and the venerables of Black Rock City joined hands to attack the sea race and won 500 years of chaos for us. In this chaotic world, there will be heroes. This is Shimin Linglan, the abandoned daughter of the Shimin family in U City. When she was young, her spiritual heritage was taken away. Unwilling to submit to fate, she went into the mountains to seek cultivation and fought in the sea for millions of miles. In this chaotic world, she has the ambition to save people from disaster with the heart of revenge. This time, I came back to liberate the entire U-City. Everyone under the rule of U-City can become a free citizen. Oh, oh, Shimin Linglan, Shimin Linglan, hero in the chaotic world, Shimin Linglan. Okay, I swear to follow you until death. Han Fei didn't care what the people shouted. He was thinking about what to say next. Shimin Linglan was embarrassed and said to him telepathically, "Why did you drag me into this? What hero in the chaotic world? I don't have any ambition." Han Fei said, "Don't panic. Calm down first." Han Fei continued to shout, "Today, with the joint support of all the senior leaders of the Venerables, Shimin Linglan will be the city lord of U-City. Shimin Linglan will be the mayor of U-City. She will spread cultivation techniques and battle techniques, control the fishing grounds, help the villages and towns, help the citizens, lower taxes, punish looting. In short, she will wipe out all the injustice in the world." Someone's arms were raised high up in the air, and he roared madly. Countless people shouted at the same time, their voices like waves, "Support City Lord Shimin." Someone burst into tears. Dawn, it's really Dawn. Behind Han Fei, Zhao Wuxing and the others stood straight. "I've become a senior leader of the Avenger?" His face was full of glory. Han Fei smiled and knocked the sledgehammer again. He turned his head and glanced at Shimin Linglan, then handed over a jade slip. "Read it." Shimin Linglan's head was buzzing. "I become the city lord for no reason. Aren't you the city lord?" Shimin Linglan hurriedly said, "Why am I the city lord and not you?" Han Fei said, "To manage a city, the strongest person has to stand up. You are an explorer, and I am a law enforcer. If I am the city lord, people have to listen to me. Read it quickly. Don't let people wait too long." Shimin Linglan held the jade slip and scanned it with her spiritual power. She immediately looked tense, and her head was still buzzing. He felt that other than reading words, there was nothing else he could do. He was a reading machine. But anyway, she was an explorer now. Shimin Linglan quickly calmed herself down and maintained a cold posture, thinking that there were fish heads below. Yes, they're all fish heads. I will read the words to the fish heads. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Shimin Linglan slowly said, "I am Shimin Linglan. I hereby announce that everyone who is under the rule of the city of you, regardless of whether it is the city or the villages, will forever be free." Below, the mountains and seas roared. The voices shook and filled the sky. Shimin Linglan was stunned for a moment. Then, she hurriedly continued, "No matter if it's the former aristocratic families, the current Avengers, or the future City Lord, the freedom of these people will be recognized and protected. When the people, or any one of them, make any effort for their own freedom, no one is allowed to do anything to oppress them." Shimin Linglan relaxed a little and continued to read, "However, under the rule of City of You, there are billions of people. The law must be enforced to prevent people with bad intentions from doing things that are difficult to understand. Humans must be united. They must not kill each other, plunder, or bully the weak. Humans must set their sights on the future and fight against the sea race. For the survival of the human race, everyone must work together. Only when everyone is united can we succeed." Under everyone's expectant gaze, Shimin Linglan took a deep breath and said, "Now, with my authority, I officially announce that the former City of You is gone. Today, City of You will be renamed the City of Justice. We will fight for the rise of the human race and for the justice in our hearts." Han Fei stood aside and watched with a smile. When there were too many people, what were they talking about? They couldn't hear them clearly. He could only find one or two voices among them. The main thing was still roaring. It was all roaring. What Shimin Linglan wanted to do was to establish the image of the City Lord. As for other things, the City Lord didn't need to say much. He just needed to be treated like a god by the people. Han Fei took over the topic and shouted, "The City of Justice has just been established, and we need talents." This was a time when talents were needed. The strong had the duty and responsibility of the strong. Now, the City Lord's mansion is recruiting rogue cultivators, explorers, law enforcers, and talented hidden fishers to govern this city. Swish, swish, Swish! Many people had already soared into the air, looking like they couldn't wait any longer. At this moment, many people understood that this was a great opportunity. If they joined the Avengers, they would be one of their own. However, Han Fei also saw many people's expressions change. In the crowd, someone shouted, "Don't listen to him. He made it sound nice, but he's just an aristocratic family. They win over the strong and exploit the people. Do they really think they are here to liberate us? I didn't expect that they just hit a little deeper. If they recruit the strong, what about us ordinary people? This is not fair. What the F***ck do you know? If they don't recruit, do you expect the city lord to take care of everything? Where's your brain? Do you have anything for them to exploit?" For a moment, the crowd was divided into two groups. Han Fei's eyes flashed. Clang! The sledgehammer hit and the sound reverberated. Han Fei's voice rippled. "All those who are recruited will be supervised by the people. However, those who do immoral things will be severely punished." Sure enough, when Han Fei said this, many people were relieved and continued to cheer. Of course, someone shouted, "Don't listen to him. The strong will only protect the strong. They won't think about us." Swish! Han Fei suddenly disappeared and instantly captured a person. The void lines controlled this person. He immediately smiled and thought, "What a bunch of idiots." Han Fei controlled this person's appearance and shouted, "Does anyone know this person?" Immediately, many people exclaimed, "I know this person. He's from the Zhou family." Someone said angrily, "F***ck. Isn't he Zhou Xiaodian?" Then, Han Fei grinned. "Everyone, there are many people from the big clans in the crowd. Pay attention to the people around you. Once they are confirmed, they could be seriously injured and sent here. Once their identity is confirmed, they could be killed on the spot." Bam! The disciple of the Zhou family who was controlled by Han Fei was directly shattered into a mist of blood. Han Fei grinned and said, "Don't forget, although we are righteous, we are also avengers. Good job. The City of Justice can't be tarnished by the big clans. Everyone look for him. He's Yang Tai. I can't be wrong. He's from the Yang family. I have one here too. He's from the Dongfang family. Definitely. He has a birthmark on his neck. I have one here too." In an instant, the scene was chaotic. Shimin Linglan said to Han Fei via a voice transmission, "Will it be chaotic?" Han Fei shook his head. "This is not an era of peace, but a world of chaos. To win the hearts of the people and eliminate the dissidents, let's cultivate the sense of ownership of this city first." In the blink of an eye, more than 80 people with swollen faces were thrown out of the building. There were even more who hadn't been caught and had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Han Fei looked at those people indifferently. "I'll give you a reason to explain in front of everyone. If you pass the test, I'll let you go. You have 10 seconds. Immediately, someone scrambled and shouted, "I'm just a relative of a big clan. I wasn't taken away." However, as soon as this person said, "My lord, don't listen to him. He was shouting just now, telling us not to trust the decision of City Lord Shimin. This son of AB***TCH is too evil. Yes, I can prove it. And me. We all heard him." Han Fei tilted his head and looked at the man, and the latter immediately choked. "No," Han Fei sighed gloomily. "Thank you for being the first to come out to die." Puff. After killing this person with a casual slash, Han Fei looked at the others. "What do you say?" Those who were caught in public were the kind of people who didn't know how to hide themselves. They were also the ones who shouted the loudest just now. So, there was basically no mistake. Make up a reason? They couldn't make it up. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Everyone, self-destruct." Swish! At the moment when that person shouted self-destruct, a white sword light flashed past. As soon as the sword-drawing technique was used, how could these people who weren't even hanging fishers guard against it? Good job. These sons of cheese are lucky. They should be killed. Above the void, the venerables snorted coldly and left. They couldn't stand it anymore. After executing a group of people, Han Fei turned around and shouted, "Everyone, I only hope that you will be vigilant. In the future, the City of Justice will have some relevant decrees. All city gates will be posted with fish skin notices. Now, I would like to announce another thing. When the crowd calmed down, Han Fei shouted, "In a month, whether it is the city of justice or the subordinate towns, all young people who have awakened their spiritual beasts can come to the city to gather." At that time, the first large-scale free awakening since the establishment of the City of Justice will begin. Don't miss it. 7 days later, Han Fei replanned the City of Justice with his own experience. This was something that Shimin Linglan didn't know. However, he didn't know much about it. The best way was to take the existing plans of the Floating Island, the Scattered Stars Island, and other places and use them directly. At this moment, in the construction site of a mansion of a big clan, Han Fei and Shimin Linglan were sitting in a large tent. Of course, the city lord's mansion had to be built, but they didn't need to build it. The two of them had been very busy these days. With a swish, someone opened the tent and came in. "General Han, the areas of the north, south, east, and west have been divided. The market plan will be the same as before. There won't be much change," Han Fei said without raising his head. "Well, go and arrange for all the big clan mansions to be demolished. Build some material reserve exchange centers, refining halls, alchemy workshops, dangling fishers' unions, pioneering groups." "Yes, General Han." Clatter. Another person opened the tent and came in. "General Han, according to your instructions, 100 law enforcers and 800 hidden fishers have been selected from the recruited crowd, according to the wishes of the ordinary people. They have been divided into 4 jurisdictions." Han Fei shrugged. "Not enough. How can so few people be enough for such a big city? However, don't worry. We must consider the people carefully. The rest of the people will be incorporated into the law enforcement team to carry out daily city management and be supervised by the people." "Yes, General Han." Clatter. Yi walked in. "General Han, City Lord, at present, a large number of people are pouring in from the towns around the City of Justice, saying that they want to learn combat skills and cultivation methods. However, there are too many people in the city, so it's not easy to arrange. The central library of the City of Justice that we set up is almost full." Han Fei glanced at EU. "Put up a fishskin notice outside the library and tell them to wait for a few days. At that time, there will be people going to the major villages and towns to teach them personally. In addition, each village and town can arrange 10 people to come here to store cultivation methods and combat skills." EU glanced at Shimin Linglan, who seemed to be racking her brains and thinking about something, turned around and left quickly. Han Fei said, "Phew, it's tiring to be an emperor." Shimin Linglan was puzzled. "What is an emperor?" Han Fei waved his hand. "Nothing. How is the Justice Employment Hall you built?" Shimin Linglan shook her head helplessly. "It's very difficult to design." Han Fei took the pile of fish skin maps in front of Shimin Linglan and said, "Actually, it's not difficult. The employment hall only needs to have 2 functions. Issue a mission, accept a mission, and receive a mission. Whoever completes the mission will take the commission. The employment hall only charges basic service fees." Shimin Linglan asked, "What if more than one person completes a mission at the same time?" Han Fei nodded. "That's simple. Is it a team mission or a solo mission? Just don't issue a solo mission to the public after you accept it." Shimin Linglan asked, "What about points? Why do people get points for doing missions? Why do they give points to employers every time?" Han Fei said, "Give them something to pursue. Points can be used to upgrade one's employment rank, and they can be exchanged for resources. There will be more people taking on missions." Shimin Linglan pushed all the things to Han Fei. "Spiritual energy. Do we have enough spirit awakening fluid? What if we can't make ends meet?" Han Fei thought to himself, "I have my own wealth." He said unhurriedly, "This is the first mission to win the loyalty of the people. It doesn't matter how we do it. What matters is that we do it." Half a month later, while Han Fei and Shimin Linglan were discussing, the outside world was crowded. Today's City of Justice was the busiest in its history. The registration office of the law enforcement team was crowded with people. Someone complained, "Isn't it too slow to recruit people?" Someone sneered, "If you don't want to queue, you can leave the team." Lord Mayor is carefully screening law enforcement personnel. "Do you think you can just enter?" Chao Xian came from a village. When he went to the sea, he heard that Yu City had changed dynasties and become a city of justice. The big clan was gone. The Avenger liberated the whole city, bringing freedom and justice to everyone. At first, he didn't believe it. However, from the moment he entered the city to now, he was in a daze. Was this still the city he knew? Because he saw a notice at the city gate saying that as long as he joined the law enforcement team, he could see cultivation methods and combat skills at will. If he was successfully selected, he would be rewarded with a low-quality divine weapon. At that time, Chao Xian was tempted. At this moment, looking at the long line at the registration office, Chao Xian said, "Brother, cut the line." Immediately, a group of people turned around and glared at this person. Which son of AB *TCH said that he wanted to cut the line? Chao Xian immediately shrank his head. Nowadays, can't you cut the line? Chao Xian was stunned and quickly laughed. I'll go line up. I'll go line up. Seeing that there were too many people, Chao Xian didn't know where to go. Someone laughed and said, "Brother, you just came back from the sea, right? Don't even think about joining the law enforcement team. If you don't have the strength of a hidden fisher, how can you join the law enforcement team?" Chao Xian was speechless. Is a hidden fisher so worthless? But give me a while, and I'll be able to make a breakthrough. Someone said, "You just came back from the sea. You must go to the logistics division. There, you can exchange for the materials you want, and the service fee is very low, only 10%. Chao Xian's eyes lit up. There's such a place? In the logistics division, there are only 120 windows in total in the 4 areas. Every day, the place was crowded with people. The 4 logistics divisions had been queuing up from morning till night. It could be seen that there were definitely a lot of people who exchanged for materials. In fact, most people couldn't exchange for high-level materials. Therefore, the task of the logistics division was to receive a pile of materials from one person and then give these materials to other people who wanted them. The service fee was only 10%. At this moment, Chao Xian looked at the people who were even more than the law enforcement team and was dumbfounded. How long do I have to wait? Just when Chao Xian was hesitating whether to wait or not, he suddenly heard someone shout, "Good news! Good news, the logistics division is expanding. Does anyone want to join the logistics division? 1 shift every 7 days, and the benefits are extremely high. When you come in, you can get 2 caddies of spiritual spring. The benefits are comparable to those of the law enforcement team. You can have the priority to exchange for the resources in the logistics division." In an instant, Chao Xian was pushed away by someone. He watched as those people rushed forward like crazy. In an instant, people surged and shouted, "Me! I want to join. I came first. I'm a peak-level great fishing master. I'm a peak-level hanging fisher." "What? You are a hanging fisher? Why are you here? Go to the employment hall. The money there is more, and there are all kinds of tasks." "Oh, really? Where's the employment hall?" Chao Xian asked. "What is this place?" "Forget it. Anyway, I can't find a place to exchange resources here. Let's go elsewhere first." Chapter 1142. As one of the millions of ordinary people, although Chao Xian knew that he was ordinary, he had been working hard. To put it more bluntly, although he was a loser, he also had the dream of becoming a god. Chao Xian finally found the employment hall amidst the crowd. This hall was quite large because it was based on the mansion of a large clan. It didn't take long for Chao Xian to squeeze in. Then, he saw that many people were holding booklets in their hands. In addition to the booklets, Chao Xian also saw that the walls of this hall were covered with all kinds of small advertising-like tasks. Go to the sea area 2,000 kilometers offshore, find a 5-step coral snake. The corpse must be intact. The reward is a green spiritual fruit, effective for 3 days. Chao Xian's eyes lit up, and he was about to rush over to talk to the waiter, only to see that the fish skin was taken off. Then, under Chao Xian's gaze, a waiter handed something to the young woman. That was it. Chao Xian was speechless. She was taken away just like that. However, Chao Xian didn't panic. Anyway, there were still many. He could just continue to look at the next one. Go to the sea area 3,000 kilometers offshore, find a coral reef, find a red horn sea anemone. The requirement is, before he finished reading the requirements, the fish skin map was taken off again and taken away. Chao Xian continued to look because a new fish skin map was hung up again. Go to the Whirlpool Valley, Hunt the black scale flood dragon. The corpse must be intact. The reward is a low-quality divine weapon, 3 spiritual energy fruits, and 1 energy fruit. Effective for 5 days. Chao Xian frowned slightly. This was a bit difficult. He knew about the Whirlpool Valley. This seemed a bit difficult. However, it was not impossible to give it a try. He had a trump card, so he should be able to. However, when Chao Xian was about to shout, a man shouted, "I'll take the Whirlpool Valley mission. It's not a problem. I can finish it in 3 days." Chao Xian was dumbfounded. He finally understood that the missions here had to be fought for. There were many people like him who were eyeing them covetously. As soon as a waiter took out a fish skin, someone next to him shouted, "No matter what this mission is, I'll take it. I'm an intermediate hidden fisher." Chao Xian felt a toothache. The missions that no one picked up were either too low in reward or too difficult. There were also those who hunted exotic creatures, which was not something that ordinary people could do. Chao Xian keenly noticed that one of the attendants was reaching for the fish skin. He instantly roared, "Whatever the mission is, I'll take it." The receptionist glanced at him. "If I take out a difficult task, can you accept it?" With that, the attendant glanced at the fish skin map and shrugged. "Fine, you won the bet." Then, the staff unfolded the fish skin map and showed it to Chao Xian. It wasn't a sea mission. Go to the great desolate village on the reef coast and give them pointers on cultivation techniques and combat skills. The mission will only end after you receive the approval of the village chief. A semi-divine weapon for revenge and 100 pounds of spiritual spring. Recognition-type mission, no time limit. Suddenly, Chao Xian's eyes lit up. Semi-divine weapons? And 100 caddies of spirit spring? Chao Xian was overjoyed. He was now short of a semi-divine weapon, so he wanted to exchange for it at the logistics division. Who could have predicted this? He received a mission just like that. As far as Chao Xian knew, although the village was weak, there would be strong experts. But under normal circumstances, the strong would go to higher places and wouldn't stay for long. Chao Xian hurriedly said, "I'll take it, I'll take it." The attendant said, "Because it's a special mission, this fish skin map is for you. However, to complete the mission and receive the reward, you must have the village chief's seal." Okay. Chao Xian asked for the location of the great desolate village excitedly and left the city. The moment he received this mission, he immediately fell in love with this city of justice. It was completely different from the previous U city. Chao Xian murmured, "I'm told that this city of justice is still being replanned. Maybe it will be ready when I come back. When the time comes, I can use the resources I have on me to exchange with the logistics division. I might even be able to get something better." The great desolate village. Chao Xian looked at the village that covered an area of no more than 100 square kilometers and soon asked where the village chief lived. When Chao Xian found the courtyard of the village chief's house, he saw a refiner who was even stronger than him. Before long, Chao Xian saw an old man and a young man walking out of the courtyard hand in hand. The old man said, "In that case, the hunting mission of the village will be handed over to you. Because our village is relatively remote, many men died in the war in the past. Many children don't even have enough to eat. They don't have the talent, so they have to eat more." The young man smiled. "Don't worry, village chief. As long as I'm here, the children in the village can eat whatever they want. They will definitely eat their fill before the awakening of their talents." After the young man left, the village chief looked at Chao Xian and immediately beamed. "Hey, an honorable guest is here. May I ask what mission you accepted?" Chao Xian asked in surprise. "Village chief, do you give out many missions in your village?" The village chief said with a smile, "Not many at all. Not many at all. We don't have the money to issue missions, even if we want to. In other villages, we can issue dozens of missions in one go. Our great desolate village only issued dozens of missions because the city lord stayed in our village for a few days and took care of us." Chao Xian was surprised. The city lord stayed here before? The village chief laughed. That was decades ago. City Lord Shiman was kicked out of the Shiman family and temporarily stayed in our great desolate village. Then, he left without a sound and took Marshal Han with him. Sigh, I didn't know that they would grow to become like this. This, General Han? Chao Xian was shocked. On the way back to the City of Justice, people were talking about Shiman Linglan and General Han. Although he had never seen them before, they were talking about how powerful they were. They said that City Lord Shiman killed his way through an elite family in the Storm Strait. He was comparable to a venerable and had reached the peak of the venerable realm. Chao Xian didn't dare to think about such a person. Venerable one? How F*** King strong was that? However, General Han was a legend. He was said to be a mid-level enforcer who killed an explorer and was the strongest general of the Avenger. At that time, Chao Xian was shocked. Was he bragging? An enforcer could kill an explorer? What kind of enforcer was that? So, both of them came from the Great Desolate Village? It wasn't the first time the village chief saw such an expression. He smiled. Don't worry, you will be rewarded. All right, what's your mission? Oh, I'm here to teach them cultivation techniques and combat techniques. The village chief exclaimed, Oh, so it's this mission. Looks like you will have to stay in that stupid, General Han's house. Ever since the news about General Han came, all the kids went there. Even the library was placed in the city lord's residence. Chao Xian nodded and said with a smile, Village chief, to what extent can I teach them? Should I teach them a complete set of combat techniques? The village chief said, I have to agree to that. But in reality, 3 months is enough. After that, the next teacher will come over. However, in these 3 months, you have to teach them seriously. The children need to improve. Chao Xian was surprised to hear that they could get a semi-divine weapon in 3 months. Was there such a benefit? But when the village chief and Chao Xian came to the so-called residence, he was stunned. Just such a small, shabby house. The village chief said with a smile, This small house is where General Han used to live. The big house next to it is the former residence of the mayor. With that said, the village chief roared, Brats, come here. Your teacher is here. Buzz, from all directions, a group of children ran over, and one of them shouted, Village chief, I'm going to the reef beach to call people. Chao Xian wondered, Village chief, this reef beach seems to be quite famous. Chao Xian was puzzled. After all, the mission was to teach the great desolate village next to the reef beach. It meant that the reef beach was more famous than the great desolate village. The village chief said with a smile, There are many reefs in this small place. There are fewer estuaries. However, the danger level of this reef coast was not high. Besides, the terrain there is open. You can teach there during the day. A moment later, Chao Xian felt terrible. There must be thousands of people here, right? The village chief quickly said, Well, in fact, we also issued a mission to recruit some dangling fishers. However, no one has arrived yet. You're the first one to come. But it doesn't matter. More people will come later. Chao Xian was relieved. That's good. Otherwise, how can I teach so many children? Since he had accepted the mission and was paid, Chao Xian certainly wouldn't slack off. So he said to the children, Listen, everyone. I have 3 purposes for teaching. First, I will check your spiritual heritage. Then I will choose an art for you. And finally, I will begin to teach you combat skills. During this period, you must work hard. As long as you work hard, you won't be bad. Okay, teacher. Teacher, are we testing the spiritual heritage now? Teacher, I want to choose a heaven-level art. Chao Xian was speechless. Even I don't have a heaven-level art. You want a heaven-level art? If there is a heaven-level art, how can I come here to teach students? However, the village chief shouted, You have to do it step by step. Don't rush. You have to cultivate to the heaven level, not the heaven level at the beginning, understand? When you become as strong as the city lord and Marshal Han in the future, we will give you the heaven-level arts and combat skills of our village. Puff. Chao Xian was stunned. Really? What does he mean? There are heaven-level arts and combat skills in the Grand Desolate Village? Because he had to prepare the spiritual heritage testing stone and check the library, Chao Xian scheduled the teaching for the next day. He couldn't live in the place where the city lord used to live. After all, it had been changed into a library. He could only live in Han Fei's small shabby house. Chao Xian glanced at the door of the house, at the 2 peach trees that had lost their peaches, and smiled. Immediately, he pushed the door open. At this time, a cloud of dust fell. Looking around, it was covered with dust and slightly damp. Seeing this, Chao Xian smiled faintly. He was also from the village and had lived in such a house. However, Marshal Han's house was very tidy, and everything was arranged neatly. Of course, Chao Xian didn't take it seriously. No matter how good the house was, as a peak-level hanging fisher, he didn't need to sleep in a house. Just glancing at it, Chao Xian went to the library next door. At this moment, the afternoon sun was shining brightly. When Chao Xian entered the door, he saw an old man with a broken hand and a lame leg lying on a chair basking in the sun. Chao Xian didn't know the strength of the old man at first glance. It seemed that this old man was also a strong master. So Chao Xian asked politely, "Sir, I am a new teacher. I need to take a look at the cultivation arts and combat skills in the library." Okay, the old man was lying half dead. Maybe he had been lying for too long and couldn't get up. Chao Xian didn't say much and went straight into the house. After a while, when he saw the renovated bookshelf, he randomly picked a book. F***CK. Chao Xian threw the book away. The old man's voice sounded leisurely outside. "Don't throw the book away. How can you be a teacher with such a temper? Even a fool is better than you." Chao Xian hurriedly picked up the book. It was no wonder that he was surprised. "I randomly picked a heaven-level combat skill? Is this F***King reasonable?" Yes, the heaven-level combat skill was called Wind Feather Sword Record, and it was heaven-level, low quality. Chao Xian didn't feel good at all. He traveled far and wide and only got a heaven-level, low-quality swimming technique by accident. Who would have thought that in such a small village, he would be able to get a book so easily? Instantly, Chao Xian felt that he had made a fortune. 3 months of teaching was really too short. He had to teach for at least a year to get it. As Chao Xian flipped through the book, he found 6 heaven-level, low-quality combat skills and more than 30 types of cultivation arts, some of which were even better than his own. After confirming the content, Chao Xian was not in a hurry. He couldn't help but walk out of the door and ask the old man, "Senior, do these cultivation arts and combat skills originally exist in the Grand Desolate Village?" The old man wasn't arrogant and said indifferently, "Aren't they copied by the villagers in the city? TSK, I heard that the righteous city is very lively now. It's not good for me to go. I'll just leave it here for retirement." Chao Xian was stunned. Heaven-level combat skills are also copied. The old man patted the chair. "My young mistress is the city lord. Isn't it normal for the Grand Desolate Village to copy a few more?" Chao Xian lost his voice. You?" The old man smiled. "Don't make a fuss. When she was young, she left with the little fool. She has no feelings for me." Chao Xian couldn't help but be interested. "Senior, was the city lord extremely talented in the past? How many years has it been, and she's already so strong?" The old man said, "Young mistress can't do it. The fool is still better." Chao Xian frowned. Who is the fool you're talking about?" The old man smiled. "That Wang Han. He used to be a fool, but he's amazing. In this world, there aren't many people who are as talented as him." Chao Xian felt that something wasn't right. If General Han was talented, then why was Shimin Linglong the city lord? However, he heard that General Han was the one speaking on Liberation Day. Did he not hear enough news? The old man said, "It's nothing. There are always differences in talent. You can't expect everyone to be a genius. In this chaotic world, geniuses sometimes don't live long. All right, I don't ask you to stay in my place tonight. Go sleep somewhere else." Teaching wasn't a boring life. It was mainly because there were too few teachers in the Grand Desolate Village. Chao Xian was busy every day. There were too many children. It wasn't possible to take care of everything. However, the process of teaching was very fulfilling. While teaching others, he could also deepen his own understanding. When he was free, Chao Xian would go to the reef beach to take a look. He felt that it was good to not have to take risks. Unfortunately, this wasn't his path. He wanted to become strong. Why wouldn't he want a free heaven-level combat skill? Half a month passed until the day the village leader brought a group of 12-year-olds to the city. Chao Xian felt the pressure was greatly reduced. He saw that the peaches on the peach tree had grown. He picked one and pushed open the door of his house again. Forget it. I'll just relax for a while. I still need to find a place to sleep. The night was as cold as water. Chao Xian didn't dare to sleep deeply. This was his habit. He subconsciously scanned the house with his perception. Suddenly, Chao Xian felt something was wrong. He found that there was a partition in the wall. Huh, there's something in it. Chao Xian flipped over and stood up, even though he knew it wasn't a good idea. He knew that this wasn't a good idea, but no one had lived in this house for a long time. It shouldn't be a problem to satisfy his curiosity, right? Behind a side cabinet, Chao Xian pulled away the dried seaweed leaves and found a book called Turtle Essence Breathing Technique hidden inside. There were also a few weapons and a few dried spirit fruits hidden in a box. He felt that she might have forgotten to bring these things with her when she left. However, there was another layer inside. It was just that the inner layer was made of mud. If one didn't have perception, they wouldn't find the inner layer. Chao Xian thought to himself, it's been hidden for so long. Marshal Han and the others shouldn't have found it when they were young. What if it's very important? Of course, Chao Xian didn't think it was a special treasure. It was just a small box. After a while, when Chao Xian took out the small wooden box, he found a letter and a ring inside. Chao Xian didn't feel anything special about the ring because it was too small and seemed to be only suitable for a newborn child to wear. Out of curiosity, Chao Xian opened the unsealed letter and glanced at it. However, as Chao Xian looked at it, his face suddenly became strange. In the letter, it was written as follows, Han, if you can read this letter one day, it means that you have unexpectedly succeeded in your cultivation, your mind should have recovered, and your strength should be very strong. If this is the case, then you really need to read this letter. If others see it, please leave the letter here. It's of no value to you. Chao Xian sighed slightly and continued to read. Han, since you have become a strong person, then I still have to tell you. Actually, I told you that your mother is dead, but I didn't do dual cultivation, just that I didn't dare to marry a wife. The world is so chaotic, I'm afraid that I might die one day. If you are sober, don't be fooled by others. Let me tell you, there are not many people in this world who are trustworthy. Remember. In the letter, in addition to a lot of words not to be fooled, the second half was Chao Xian's sigh. It was written, Han, I found you on the reef beach. At that time, you were wrapped in a transparent ball as thin as a jellyfish's skin, with nothing on your body except this ring in your hand. Thinking about it, maybe your parents left it for you. I don't know whose child you are, either. However, this should be a chance given to you by the heavens. You have been born with great strength since you were young, but the heavens are jealous of geniuses. I tried countless times, but still couldn't make you cultivate. I try my best. Alas, your father's talent is mediocre, and I will probably die in battle. However, I'm not afraid. I'm used to it. But Han, don't follow in my footsteps. If you really have to go to the battlefield, your life is more important. As for whether you can find your biological parents, it depends on your own ability. By the way, when you see this letter, I will probably be dead. Set up a tombstone for me under the peach tree at the door. I also want to live a peaceful life for a few days. In the whole letter, it only explained Han Fei's mysterious background. In addition to this, Chao Xian was surprised that he couldn't cultivate when he was young. Chao Xian put away the letter and the ring, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I have to give it to General Han. He knew that this was an opportunity, and it was definitely not a small opportunity. 3 months later, on the reef beach, thousands of youths were practicing their fists, their bodies surging with qi and blood. The air crackled from their punches. Chao Xian shouted angrily, "Stop." Chao Xian was on a reef, looking fierce. Today, I will teach you about the path. Now, it is a turbulent era. Most of you will eventually walk out of the great desolate village. Everyone will have their own path. Some want to be strong, some want to live a better life, some pursue adventures. However, today, the City of Justice shows you a path. That place may be the place where you rise. Chao Xian sighed in his heart and shouted coldly, "This is the best era, but also the worst era. Some people fall and some rise. Today's City of Justice is different. I will lead you into cultivation, and the next step is up to you. My suggestion is to go to the City of Justice. I heard that there's a trial battlefield there. Maybe you will rise from there." Suddenly, a child asked, "Teacher, what is your path?" Chao Xian was taken aback, turned around, and looked at the vast sea. He was very clear that the weak were not qualified to talk about the path. If there was, it would be this endless sea.